And what about this one? This one is
challenging this one.
this one.
Yeah.
Right.
No, because this one is a
Okay.
See where it's facing?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's the football.
He was there right at the beginning when there was nothing for kilometers to get to
Yeah, that's team target man.
Yeah, that's team two. That's a camera. And for the what you call for the
Cameras.
Yeah.
Just the camera. Just one.
Okay, sharp.
This is the drive for a better
Okay,
future.
Ngiyayibona sawubona naye singenela.
Get better. It's all for you.
Ngicela ungene ku-sunrise thing and see.
Building South Africa through better roads.
Yeah.
One right to the stage.
Sunrise YouTube page. Yeah.
And you know who built this road?
Okay, it's fine.
So if you
Who,
call
No, it's fine.
yeah. Okay. It's all this way.
Somewhere around this time.
Yeah, I'm seeing some
Yeah.
light there.
He was there right at the beginning when there was nothing for kilometers to get to Durban.
Just says there's something light, but
I don't remember how there was. There, come on.
The drive to improve our lives is well underway. This is how we respond to the needs of our people and influence our country's
What's the compound?
for the drive for a better life and country in Wazoo.
You know, we get better. It's all for you.
I'm not just providing internet now. No power.
SADA, building South Africa through better roads.
Open down of it. I think so young man is
You know.
this guy. To get care.
Yeah. Okay. It's all this way.
Akekho la bekahlelile. Ula kule laptop.
Akakho na umazi
Yes. It's on. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Controller up and down.
Yeah.
Remember, you need to submit to
Yeah?
idlala labantu abakhuluma ku-teams.
Yeah.
So focus on
Yeah.
from now.
Eish,
Mabethi kuleya mic le yokuqala bethi ngithi and then bese lawa ma-mic lawa ayi-three lawa ila wazongena ebantwini yebo bazowasebenzisa lapha so focusa kubo.
Call switch to camera.
Switch to camera. Which camera?
Any one of them.
Okay, cool. And zoom out. Zoom out.
I need a.
Thank you.
Yeah. He said he'll take this one from Tim. Yeah. Yeah, he said the one needs it. She's I'm already on the channel. I've lost the cable. Isebenziseni cable e-right phela ndiyo ngisebenzisa for i-sound la.
And for the and this one, what's the last one? The fountain.
Take it from there.
Keep remote. Get the corona for Q&A.
this and that, from here to there, takes a web of connections. A road network that helps South African companies deliver whatever you need. To get this and that, from here to there, takes a web of connections. A road network that helps South African companies deliver whatever you need.
I think I'm in already.
Is the MMC in connection? Oh, she's in the meeting. Okay. Mr. IT. Should I put that on the screen? Okay, that's fine. Try to do that now. Okay. Just ask them to stop this maybe. Mr. IT Nagri, can we start? Huh? Yes. Okay. So I can talk whilst you are working on your stuff there. Okay. We will bring it closer when we do present us, Akir. Dumelang. Sanbon. Molweni. Likai. Ha re thomeng bagaeso. Mo ke mo Malboro akere. Ha se Malboro ke Marlboro. Mare rona se ibiza Malboro. This is Marlboro. So re a bua, re a bolela, se a khuluma, se a thetha, se a bulabula nkopfu, se a amba, and it. So we're not only speaking English, we will accommodate people who speak English, but re bulela ka dipolelo tsa bo rena. Welcome. Lebitso la ka ke nna Siphiwo Sefane ke Mxhosa. I prefer to be called Utatu Mxhosa. I don't want people just calling me Mxhosa. When you address me, Ntate Mxhosa. Otherwise, honorable members, if you don't call me Ntate Mxhosa, I will order you to leave the house. So, welcome. Remote today, letlabolelwa purpose of us being here. But as we are here, there are other people who have connected remotely. Bako, Bramfontein and Johannesburg and everywhere. Ba connectile more virtually. Babulela le rena ba le ko kae kae, they're not here. So ha go fitla nako ya bona yo guthi bathethe, they will speak through us virtually. So sazuba kunento enjalo bantu bakwethu. Just the house rules. Sicela ifoni zethu sizifake ku silent kanye ku discreet. Ndenzela lento ba kietsetsa hore abantu abatsha, if there are young people here, young SMMEs, you use your phones to write what we're talking about here, okay? Don't use your phones to take videos when people are fighting in the streets. Use these phones to record. We're not hiding anything in this discussion. So if you want to record, use your phone so that you've got all the information that you want. So, but also when you've recorded this, don't take this information, you edit, you do wrong things, so we keep a wrong ku Twitter. Abanye abantu banokufakela izinto zabo ku Twitter ungabisazi ukuthi kwenzakalani. Context, it loses the context. Record it as is, but use it for the purpose that it is intended for, rather than taking it and distorting it, and you've got other Twitter people saying things that are wrong. If anything, let's take the information for our own benefit as SMMEs and business people, because I take it, people who are here, it's SMMEs and business people. Now, honali di bathrooms ko morao, that is the second thing. Those who want to go to the bathrooms must do that. The last thing that I want to emphasize is that we're still under National Disaster Management Act, as declared by the President. We must ensure that we comply to COVID-19 rules and regulations. We must social distance, we must wash our hands, we must sanitize, we must use our masks. I'm using it, I've removed it because when I've done this. But let's make sure when you are going to use a mic, it must be first sanitized and cleaned before you speak on it. Make sure that in these packets, there is a mask there, there's a sanitizer. If you feel our high mask take out that one, put it in, and put this one. But make sure that as and when you sanitize your hands, when you've gone to the bathroom, come back, sanitize. When somebody has touched your desk and this, please sanitize. When you borrow somebody a pen and everything, sanitize. Let's make sure that as we live here, there is no one who's going to be infected with COVID as we live here. It is not our intention. And make sure that you fill the screening procedure so that you don't give an information that is not correct, because it's for our health, it's for your health. Again, let me emphasize that we have not done any catering. Some people might feel, there was supposed to be catering. We'll try to push the meeting so that it moves faster, because there is no catering provided due to National Disaster Management Act requirements. We can't be dealing with food and people at the same time, because we do not want to make the virus move faster and move from one person to the other. So, ke kopa re exercise as much caution as possible. Lastly, let's make sure that as presentations are done, as Kibuletsi, you take notes with your phone and everything that is in front of you. When it's time for questions and discussions and comments and anything, you will be given that opportunity to have a conversation. Ke a kgopela ge ba gaeso, when we have a conversation, and I take it, we're business people who are sitting here and SMMEs and everybody, let's have that discussion frankly, openly, within the confines of respect. Re hlomphaneng batho ba heso, re addressaneng properly, and whatever that you want to say it. Let's allow a person who speaks opportunity ya hore a bue, even if we don't agree with that person, but we then can respond in the right way. So, those are the quick rules that we have here for our meeting. Ki meeting ya rena e. So, that is that. Welcome. Having said that, I am going to request mo gare ga rena a speaker from the city of Johannesburg, whom we all know, to do an opening and welcoming. The speaker is the special advisor to the executive mayor of the city of Johannesburg, Ngubawo uJustice Ngalonkulu. This is his constituency because he comes from Region E, he comes from Marlborough, he comes from Alex. So he is going to, on behalf of the city of Johannesburg and the office of the executive mayor, welcome all of us who are sitting here. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Ngalonkulu. Who's sanitizing? No, there's somebody who must do that. Don't worry.
Thank you very much, Program Director, the Chairperson of the Board, the Regional Director, Councillor Marema that is here with us today, colleagues from Sunrise, and colleagues from City of Johannesburg. This morning we greet you all. We really appreciate the partnership between the national government, the provincial government, as well as the City of Johannesburg, working together to deliver the services to our community of Johannesburg. Much appreciation, Babu Mxhosa. It was a battle that we used to fight for RD, that these spheres of government must work together because the community there, they don't know the difference between the national government, the provincial government, as well as the City of Johannesburg. They see government as one. They see government rendering, providing services to our community as one. Now we're appreciating that when Sanral comes in from the entities of national government to work with the City of Johannesburg, Siyabonga, Sibamba ngesibini. You are welcome in this community of Alex. Marlborough is part of Alex. We call them is Greater Alexander. They are part of Alex. This region of Region E, which has got everything that you want to get it. If you want to get the rich, you get the rich. If you want to get the poor, you get the poor. If you want to get a check, you can get a check. If you want to get the rats, you can get the rats. So this is a beautiful community of Alex. Much appreciation to the SMMEs and the enterprises that comes from Alex to listen what are the opportunities that are there for them so that they can be given that opportunity and they can showcase their skills, their talents that they have in the community of Johannesburg. We really appreciate Chair of the Board to be with you, takes your time and come here and be with us today. See, City of Johannesburg, City Nangamso, Siabo. You are welcome.
Thank you very much, Babu Ngalonkulu. We feel now welcome in the constituency of the city of Johannesburg. You must know that SANRAL is a national entity, so we're based in Pretoria, and this is the constituency of the city of Johannesburg. Now, having done that, I'm not sure if virtually Mr. Dace Nkuta, who is the Director for Service Excellence and Quality Assurance, is on the line to introduce the leadership of the city of Johannesburg after a welcoming by the Office of the Executive Mayor. We must then have a colleague from the city who is going to introduce the leadership either virtually or those that are sitting here. Do we have Ubabunkuta on the line?
Can you unmute and see? Just talk.
Yeah, I've muted. I don't know whether do people hear me wherever. Yeah.
Yes.
You
Okay.
can.
You're on the podium. It's fine.
Basaza Muilungisa Babunkuta, I can hear you, but you are
Is it
not
me
as
or now?
audible as I would have wished, and also reaching people at the back of the hall. Test again, let's hear.
Good morning, everyone. Councillor Makuba.
Morning, sir.
Good morning to the special advisor to the executive mayor on economic issues, Mr. Robi Matang. Saul.
Can we ask you, Babunkuta, to
from
just
Kagu,
show your
Prefect.
face if
As
the
the city of
video
Johannesburg,
allows you so
we
that
share
we
with
can see
SANRAL
you.
a commitment to the long term. Just like SANRAL has developed its long-term strategy Horizon 2030, which outlines its long-term vision and perspective, acknowledges the major success areas of the past 20 years and seeks to build on them. We too, as the city of Johannesburg, have had to ask ourselves what the future we want for our children and the children should look like. Whereas SANRAL has drawn lessons from the past to identify the 4 pillars in its Horizon 2020, which are roads, road safety, mobility, and stakeholder engagement. The city of Johannesburg has compiled a vision that is documented what we called the Growth Development Strategy 2040. What Johannesburg 2040 GDS is an aspirational strategy that defines the type of the society the city aspires to achieve by 2040. The strategy restates the city's resolve in confronting the past injustice created during apartheid, working towards a democratic, non-racial, non-sexist and just city, while simultaneously confronting present and future challenges as they emerge. Therefore, the Joburg 2040 contains a vision and mission which serve as a mental picture of Joburg, the city by 2040. It contains the principles, the values held by the city as first articulated in its 2006 GDS. And these principles and vision statements have to deal with primarily the issues of eradicating poverty, building and growing an inclusive economy, issues on social inclusion through support and enablement, building sustainable human settlement, ensuring resource security and environment sustainability, and lastly, but certainly not least, good governance. I've mentioned this principle because we believe that in this very welcome engagement session, which aims, amongst other things, to find ways of empowering local SMMEs and SMEs to contribute to infrastructure development, it is critical that all parties know what underpins our development framework. One of the other issues that will have a role to play that they develop into and play a role in an economic sphere and in a business and become develop entrepreneurs. In Johannesburg, for instance, you will discover that there's dire poverty on people that live in adjacent areas, like your orange farm and all those things. So the role of SMME, small businesses, contribute towards making sure that the city works. The Joburg 2040 GDS is not a special vision or a statutory plan. This is an important distinction as it distinguishes this document from other long-range city plans. Instead, the Joburg 2040 GDS is a prerequisite for medium-term, strategic, special-orientated plans for infrastructure, housing, and transport sectors. Furthermore, this strategy does describe institutional powers, functions, and operational, or does not describe those things, and operational activity. On the contrary, it provides a set of defined strategic directions that frame the 5-year IDP and other long-term plans. It supports of a long-term delivery. The IDP will contain specific 5-year operational activities and targets and financial budgets. To this extent, it should be clear that the stated purpose of this engagement, that is seeing ways in which the city of Johannesburg and SANRAL can find long-term areas of cooperation, fits in perfectly with what we as the city of Johannesburg are about. Eradicating poverty and growing an inclusive economy can only be achieved if we as a city are single-minded and uncompromising about good governance. And this thing is also ignite what the ministers of COGTA wants all cities to begin in relation to planning. On one plan, one city, or one plan, one district, where else you will find that a district or a national or a local government will all have to come together to say what are the plans in relation to services and providing services to our community and speaking as well. Because the motorist on the road, on the artillery roads that are served by SANRAL, doesn't say this is a national road, this is the municipal road or a provincial road. They are users of our roads. So this collaboration helps us to coordinate all our efforts. And the role of the SMME is not only to benefit out of the projects, but also to safeguard some of these facilities that are being built. Safeguarding the guardrails, safeguarding, because it becomes or a national or a provincial structure. So over and above SMME and small companies benefiting in and growing this economy, helping us grow this economy, they also have the role to make sure that these infrastructures are safeguarded. With these words, we wish to welcome SANRAL and his representative to the city of Johannesburg and look forward to the fruitful and mutual and reaching engagement, which will ultimately be for the benefit of the people of the great city of Johannesburg and the country at large. This is because successful Johannesburg is not only good for its people, but South Africa as a whole. I thank you.
Thank you. Asbonge, Bamkuta, thank you very much. I can see that people abas joinile virtually. I can just quickly go through them. We've got the MMC online. We've got, I think, the ED in the Office of the Executive Mayor, Zoleka Zide. I have got Jeff Ngobo. I've got Tebogo Mrashwa. I've got Lydia Ntombi Maseko, Mahlasela Luando from Sanral, Sihlwele Miyeki, Tumelo Komapi, and a number of people who I think as we continue with the program will be able to acknowledge them, because I can see, and we've got Elaine, Jack, I can see them on the screen here. Thank you very much, Babunkuta. But just to say here, to those who are connecting virtually, we've got the advisor to the executive mayor of the city, Ubabu Justice Ngalonkulu. We've got the regional director of Region E, Umama Uliziwe Nchingamakoro. We've got the councillors of Region E. We've got the SMMEs and business people at Marlborough Community Hall. We also have the board of Sanral, the chairman of the board, Mr. Temba Mahambi, as well as Mr. Tamsanga Pit Matosa, who is the board member for Sanral, but who's also the chairperson of the committee called Social Ethics and Transformation Committee of Sanral. We have got colleagues from Sanral in the northern region, which comprises of Pretoria, Gauteng, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, and Northwest is called Northern Region. And the project managers who are going to do presentations here. And we've got some community members amongst us, and the hall is full. Thank you very much. And I've introduced myself, Babunkuta, to those who had connected late. Ndingumxhosa, must be called Tatumxhosa, Babunkuta. You don't call me Mxhosa, otherwise I will order you to leave the house. Now, having said that, in terms of the program, thank you very much for those words, Babunkuta. I am going to request one of our own from Sanral. It's a young lady who is responsible. We have tasked her to be responsible for 2 provinces. She is responsible for stakeholder relations management at Sanral in the province of Northwest as well as the province of Gauteng. She is a very young, energetic lady who was born and brought up in Pretoria, Tshwane. She is the one who has carried us to be here today. She was engaging with the city. We are just here to claim the unnecessary glory, but she has done the good work. I am going to request her name is Julexia Sol. I'm going to ask her to just briefly tell us why are we here. Then I will do a high-level purpose as well after she has done that. Over to you, Jay. Let's sanitize.
Good morning. Am I audible? Okay, am I clear? Okay, so my name is Chulexia Sol, is my boss, that's my boss, Mr. Mxhosa, Ntate Mxhosa, has introduced me. I'm responsible for stakeholder in Gauteng. Gauteng falls under the northern region. Now, I just want to outline the purpose as well. Sanral is an entity of the Department of Transport. We don't have local offices in the entire South Africa. We only have 4 regions. So this initiative is a roll-out, mobilizing initiative where we come and engage stakeholders, because we don't want there to be a gap between Sanral and the people on the ground. So this is an initiative where we reach out to the people, inform people about what the opportunities are and how they can get access to those opportunities. Today we are here to introduce 3 projects that will affect also this region, which is Region E as well. There's the RRM project, which is the routine road maintenance. We have a consultant, we have a contractor. The contractor has about a month to get on the ground. Oakley will take you through the specifications of that project. We've got the N1 to N12. Origin will take us through that project. We have appointed a consultant on that project. Then we've got the last project, which is the lighting project. My colleague Sipo will also take you through that project. So I want you to relax. I want you to feel at home. I want you to engage because I am here to share information. I'm not here to hide anything. I want to be transparent as possible. And I want us to reach an agreement or an understanding where we can engage freely so that when there are issues, I'm able to resolve issues before it even becomes an issue. Because I don't want any of my projects to be stopped. I want projects to start on time, finish on time within the allocated budget. Because the moment a project is stopped, it's costing us a lot of money. So I'm saying I'm here and I want to engage. If you feel that Sandral has done you any wrong, you can contact me. I'm here to engage. I'm here to resolve issues. But today, please note down anything that may affect you in future for you to do business with Sandral. For you to do business with Sandral, you must meet 3 requirements, which is you must be tax compliant, you must be registered on the CSD, and you must be registered on the CIBD. Those are the 3 minimum requirements you must meet in order for you to do business with Sandral. So if you are sitting here and you have a company, but your company does not meet the requirements, this is the time to say, Sandral has informed me about the projects. I am aware of when the projects are going to start. Let me go and get my company in order so that when you tender, your company will be eligible to tender. So I'm saying relax, feel free, engage. Let's have a robust engagement. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Julexia. Just for me to add, Bakhai, so we don't want to bore you with these things. Sandral was founded in 1998. We have got a founding act, which is Sandral Act 1998. It's a state-owned entity, as Julexia has said, governed by the board of directors on behalf of the Minister of Transport. We are to date, nationally, we manage more than 22,000 kilometers of roads, 22,000 kilometers of roads nationally. And these roads are estimated at a net asset value of 251.6 billion. And Cabinet, after the Minister of Transport and the board, has approved a new strategy in November 2017 called Horizon 2030, which is, I think, a 3rd strategy since Sandral was founded. And this strategy seeks to recognize contribution of a state-owned entity such as Sandral, which it can make to build a capable and developmental state and drive economic development through the provision and maintenance of critical infrastructure. There's 4 pillars that have been mentioned by Mr. Nkuta, and I appreciate that the city indeed can talk to those 4 pillars. And one of the reasons, just to add to what Julexia has said, for us to be here today, we are here in the city of Johannesburg. The reason we're really here, it's because the city of Johannesburg is an important city in the country. And it is our strong view that our relationship with the city, starting from this region, which is Region E, where our national routes run, N1, your 3, your 17, and your 12, throughout the city. The relationship is to enhance the 4 Sandral pillars mentioned above. and for the national economic strategic growth, that these relationships are formalized and sustained to the unprecedented levels. We are redeeming this entity, colleagues and ladies and gentlemen, from the SANRAL of the past, where you were all used to only seeing major and yellow plant running in the city's jurisdiction without courtesy to adhere to intergovernmental relations and local economic development. Maybe let me just take this opportunity to quote what our understanding of local economic development is in relation to what we're trying to do. And I want to quote, "It is an approach towards economic development that allows and encourages local people to work together to achieve sustainable economic growth and development, thereby bringing economic benefits and quality and improved quality of life for all residents in a local municipal area." Close quote. Politicians and everyone would ask us to, what is happening in the old SANRAL? But there would be no answer except very somehow ignorant contractors doing about their work without any care as to what your concern is as a citizen. You'd be asking, what are you guys doing? And nobody would care. And everybody would just continue with their work because we were regarded as the national entity of government. Therefore, we can't consult anybody at local level. We are here not only to share the work we do and what we will do, but we are here to plead for working together with the city to deliver and maintain this important infrastructure with your constituents, leadership of the city. Your participation amongst other as SMMEs today is very important because in terms of this basic economic rebuilding post-COVID-19, you have a very key role. Amongst other, you've got to create needed jobs and defeat poverty. Mr. Ngalonkulu and RD, when we have an ample opportunity, we will present fully to the administrative leadership of this city how we want to share even the engineering excellence and technical innovation that SANRAL has, because we want to share resources with all other roads authorities so that there is ample skills availability across government in order that all road networks are of the same standard and quality, especially for this important city, which is the city of Johannesburg. Our CEO always says that we are training engineers and technicians for South Africa, not for SANRAL alone. We have a technical academy based in Nelson Mandela Bay, where we are training young engineers to complete and register as PR engineers. And we are encouraging everyone in government, especially local government, to send your young and black engineers to fully graduate and come back to develop our cities and design good roads. Let me just in short state and emphasize that we are bringing SANRAL to the people today in the city of Johannesburg. We want to work together, as Julexia has said. We want to work together. We want to maintain and manage these national important road infrastructure assets together on behalf of this government of the day. So we are together. We are not a big brother. We are an entity of the state. We are governed by law. We provide these roads for the citizens of South Africa. Our partnership has to be strengthened on the basis of that. And we want to make sure that everybody benefits from the 4 pillars of SANRAL and benefits from the roads that we've built. If there's anything, Chair, Mr. Ngalonkulu and the RD, that we've learned very hard lessons from what is called e-tolls. It's called GFIP, Gauteng Freeway Improvement Project. That not engaging with citizens will create problems for you. As a result, we are bringing SANRAL to you so that in every project that we deliver, there is no stakeholder or a member of the community who does not participate fully and understand what SANRAL does. We have learned lessons from that. It's a good work that was done. However, there was no proper engagement and consultation. Hence, we find ourselves in this situation. So this is to make sure that going forward, we plan together, we make sure that we maintain our national freeways with you people. The member of the board will talk to the issues that relate to how our people should benefit on our programs and our projects. Thank you very much. Having said that, now, I am going to introduce the member of the board of SANRAL, who is known in South Africa. He is the former mayor of Victor Khanye local municipality, just in the border of Gauteng and Mpumalanga, which is called Delmas. He has served a full term in that municipality. He is the former president of the National Union of Mine Workers, NUM. He is the ex-officio of NUM. He is a leader. He is a former organizer in the mining sector. He is now the board member of SANRAL, and he is the chairperson of the Social Ethics and Transformation Committee, called in short SETC at SANRAL. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Ubawo Utamsanga Pete Matosa on the stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Utata Umxhosa. MMC present, and other councillors, the chair of the board, Utata Umhambi, Uba Ungalonkulu, ukusuka e-ofisini kasodolophu, nazo zonke izitatanyiswa ezilapha phakathi kwethu, kakhulukazi also business, abantu bemali. Kuthiwa faka imali uzawubona. Ngabo ke abantu bemali apha. Mesaul and your team, Tatum Xhosa nawe neteam yakho, and those who are participating visually. Let me take this opportunity and thank the chair of the board, Mr. Mahambi, for having mandated me to talk on behalf of the board of SANRAL on e-transformation issues. Chair, 15 minutes, it's not enough to talk about transformation, but I'm going to talk to very important items and issues on a transformation. Firstly, as we all know, the transformation is not an easy thing or task, because there are those who have been benefiting for a very long time. Now, when we transform, they feel that, it's apartheid in reverse. No. We are just trying to redress the imbalances of the past. And Chair, we can't do or embark on a transformation process without making other people to be uncomfortable, without annoying other people in the process. When you embark on a transformation and you're still loved and appreciated by all, you must know that there is something wrong that you are doing, or there is something that you are not doing right. When you transform, there must be those who should feel a pain. There must be those who will be happy and accept a process with both hands. When we got appointed at Sanral as the board, Utata Mxhosa ushilo apha ukuthi I was involved in mining, energy, and construction for the past 29 years of my working life. You will know then ukuthi mining was not an easy industry. Construction was an industry that was meant for a very few. You will recall that we used to have something called Big Five. I'm not going to mention those big companies by name, but then when there is construction or major construction in South Africa, it was a given that only them are going to be awarded contracts or are going to be given a job. Now we said no. It can't be when a government of the day always speaks about the transformation. It can't be when a government of the day speaks about eradicating poverty, the eradication of inequality, the eradication of joblessness in South Africa. We felt that we should develop this policy so that as a state-owned entity, we are not seen to be moving in a different direction to that one of the government. This transformation policy is what is guiding us as Sanral to ensure that the imbalances of the past are addressed. Chair, looking at the age of the people who are in this hall, I see people who know poverty. Abayifunda ezincwadini. I see people who know how painful it is not to be able to put a plate of food on the table for your children. Now, we said as Sandra, that cannot continue under the board that is led by Utatu Mahambi. We need to change things. Ndenze impazamo enkulu apha. Mama, ndixolele. Yazinikela kuwe. I am very sorry for not having acknowledged you. It has been a long time that I've not been addressing such a huge gathering. I got frightened by the number of people who are in attendance here. Ndixolele Mama Morogo. It was not really my intention. Utuka Sisutu lifahlwa lishebile. My sincere apologies. Really hore director Ube Hararuna. My sincere apologies. Yabona ndiphanze ndaphume emoyeni. Xolo. Omama kaloku bayasizala. Zinkokheli zethu. These are the people who are always on time. They don't make mistake. They carry a baby for 9 solid months. When the baby has to be born, there are no delays. They give birth. That's why we must always respect them and learn from them. Xolo mama, sorry, I'm very sorry. Okay. So, for us colleagues to be able to transform this country successfully, amongst the things that we should do is to uplift those that are at the bottom end economically. So that, you know, Chair, I'm not being rude to politicians, but you will hear politicians most of the time saying, in 1994 we had a political breakthrough. The economy is still in the hands of the few. But then, why is that? Whereas there are state-owned entities like Sandra. Why is that? So, what we need to do is to uplift economically those that are at the bottom end of the economic scale. And in doing that, we must be prepared to walk with them. Walk with them. Because you can't have a grade 1 person not being assisted, easily getting to grade 6 or so. Aba grade 1 must also feel that they are in business. For them to be able to feel that they are in business, they must be assisted. And state-owned companies like Sandra must be willing to assist them In our policy, we say, if a person, okay, firstly, there must be no competition between grade 1 and the other grades, about grade 5 or grade 6 or grade 9. When there is job for grade 1, the competition must be amongst the grade 1s. When we do that, we're assisting them to grow financially and in terms of understanding what they need or what they have to do. Because if we don't do that, what is going to happen? We will have these grade 1s remaining grade 1s. And this transformation policy of Sanral would have not achieved its mission. The other thing, Chair, that we are saying is that the skills that our people have must be recognized. For instance, if there is a job for a grade 9 company and you are prohibited from doing a business with government or any entity. Utata uNgalonkulu has got grade 4. Utata uMxhosa has got grade 5. I hope there are teachers here. 4 plus 5 is 9, mathematical, agreed. Now, we want these skills to be recognized. Kungathiwa this job is for grade 9. Therefore, when a grade 5 and a grade 4 person have decided to come together, then a joint venture, they must be allowed because 4 plus 5 is 9 mathematical. It's not like biblical. Because biblically 1 plus 1, mina nomkam, we are 1. So mathematically 4 plus 4, 5 is 9. So those people must be given an opportunity to participate, and also, if it is possible, they must be given a chance ukuthi batest ukuthi bangakwazi ukwenza nalo msebenzi. That's what transformation means. When we got there were 5 or 6 companies, director, ezenza routine road maintenance. After the road has been constructed and handed over to the users, then that road has to be maintained. When we got in there were about 5 or 6 companies that were doing a road maintenance. And that's where the bulk of the money is. And unfortunately, these companies are companies that had benefited in the past, that continues to benefit now. Now we said, this thing is wrong. It can't go on like this forever. Let those who were systematically and isolated, they must also benefit. And these companies were the companies that would be given umsebenzi and be allowed to appoint subcontractors. Now, knowing in South Africa, fortunately, I was born in this country. I know how do we all think. If I've got this huge cake and I must cut it by subcontracting, obviously I will think about the matosas, those that are related to the matosas, and those that are related to those who are related to the matosas. Now, that is not transformation. You are transforming only one family, and that is not what we want. And the reports that we are getting from our management so far is that indeed there is a change. There are those that have been isolated previously who are benefiting now from that routine road maintenance, which is a good thing. And the other thing that we are saying is, our people must be prepared to share and work together. You know, this mentality of one person becoming super rich is wrong. This mentality of one who has got a knowledge and information which is not shared with other people, we are saying that is wrong. It must come to an end. If we really want to achieve what we want, all of us. If you've got a job, be prepared to share with others. For instance, you get I'm a worker, I don't know these figures, but you get a 10 million job, or let's say 50 million jobs. And ufuna ukuyitya wedwa ubahle ushara le ba bang. Ha ba itla ke tjho le bana he atla motho ka water bowser o sna yona atlo batla hore at least a o tshelle metsi. You don't want to give another person an opportunity. We are saying we must be prepared to share, we must be prepared to pass the skills to others so that we are able to say, indeed, we have managed to transform South Africa. Because if we don't do that, Chair, we will be unintentionally creating people who would not want to go to work, who will demand from those that are working. Uti utata apa what E? Eh? What is this? Region E. You get everything. And if really you get everything in this region, there are those that we must be able to get rid of through this program, Cassandra. Asibafuni otsotsi. Asibafuni abantu abalambileyo. Ha re batle batho ba sa sebetseng. And ha re fumane mesebetsi ena, ha re kgone hore re share. Re kgone hore e mong le e mong a fumane bikinyana. And from our side, the regional director and councillors, we can assure you that under the leadership of Utatu Mahambi, transformation is not negotiable at Central. We will implement this policy. We will ensure that it achieves what it is meant for. We can't negotiate and consult and do all these things. Then at the point of implementing, we should now again start negotiating implementation. The policy is approved by the board, It is going to be implemented. It is being implemented by SANRAL. So we are inviting you to come and work with us, because this is a very slippery and thorny road. It's not an easy road, but together we can achieve more. Together we can make South Africa this country what we all envisaged or we want it to be. Finally, Chair, you know, these roads, Bahlali, are very expensive. We have spent something like 251, more than 251 billion rands. I'm at my age, I've never seen a billion. But I can assume that it's a lot of money. When these roads have been constructed and handed over to you, they are your roads because you are South Africans. They are being constructed in South Africa. This thing of banning roads, in our view, or any government structure or whatever, or property, is wrong. That is in our view. It is wrong. I normally say that you get a person ongakwazi nokuchisa iphepha kokwabo elingcolisa iyadi, kodwa abe confident ahamba uchisa i-government property. What do you call that? Once we do that, colleagues and South Africans, we must know that we are taking South Africa back. Because if this wall can be banned today, obviously you will need it. Hauri hau batla bachi, kapo ubatla sutu, uchise burukhwe. You don't do that. Ubatla bachi utsama yo batla burukhwe bo tshwanang le yona. Then utlaba mutle. But then this thing ya hore government sebedise di billions tse kana re di chise, re tsamaya re ofisa mataere go strateng, le go tseleng national road, freeway, you are developing potholes. Itla senyeya tsela. Ha una o tseba ho tsamaya. And tšhelete ena e sebedisweng ke SANRAL, le batho ba le ba ile ba participate mo la ba bo grade 1 bo grade 2, ha ba ina ibona value ya bona hore re sebedise tsela e ke tsamayang yona mtshana wa mbona ke tloa from lane 1 to lane 2 ine etswa ke nna tsela. That is what we want. Not tsela ena le di potholes tse etswang deliberately batho ba geso. Ke go senya ntweno. Nanke ke re he, if it makes you happy, put it in your CV. Ha ilo batla msebetsi. Uri no, I was once in the forefront in banning a government property. Then u see CV ya hao mono. Uri no ke tlo nyaka mmereko. Re tla utlwa ka bana ke the interviewing panel hore is it going to be convinced ka CV ya hao ka po itlo etsa jwang. Re ha re nkeng South Africa re ise pele, mmuso wa rona o re ha re yeng pele, hona le di state owned entities se tlamileng hore di etse msebetsi ono, di ska compete le government because we are a state owned entity. Ha rena o etsa ntwe tsa batlweng ke government e le hore re ownwa ke government. We are not in competition with government. We are here to ensure hore this government of the day come ka di entities tsena e etsa sure hore ntho ba e sebediseng batho ya hetsahala. Ka mantswe ana a mmalwa ntate modulasetulo, ke tla batla hore ke lebohe haholo nako mphileng yona e nyane ke 15 minutes. Bontate bana ba ka o bolella hore transformation ke tsela e telele ha kae. Empa he, thank you very much. Ke nagana hore bo borakgwebo ba utlwile and he ba tla participate. Ha ba qeta ho participate maphelo a bona antlafale le ska ja tšhelete haholo ha o sona le contract o reke koloi e pepileng, because these things di tla hangwe, they are not guaranteed. O tla e reka e batle lebiri la 20,000 ranta e hlatswe ke spekere o ska kgona hore o maintain. Tsamaya o reke koloi e tla o isa mosebetsing etsa hore ha o batla mosebetsi o fihle o tsamaya ka baki, o ska fitla o tsamaya ka dikoloi tse tonna tse kgolo, because ha ona o tseba le o lokela wheelbarrow mono. Re batla batho ba tla etsa mosebetsi ba etse sure hore ha o fumane tjhelete o etsa o a godisa company, and company e holang o ibona ka diketso. Ke a leboha.
Thank you very much. Kutatu Thamsanqa Matosa. Honorable members, let's give him a bells. Let's give him a bells. Let's give him a bells. Yeah. I'm the speaker here. This is my house. You can be in trouble if I can be the speaker. I will call order. Order. Honorable members, this is, transformation is now, is not yesterday. I'm not adding to what the board members said. But you must know the implications of transformation. You know, when you enforce transformation, you are accused of corruption and nepotism and this and that and cronyism and all that, because this industry, construction, is a very difficult and complex industry. One of the things that we have at Sanral is that there must be training of small and micro enterprises. We must train them to get the required CIDP grades and so on, train them technically and financially and so that. And some of the tenders we give to the main contractors is that you have got a duty to spend so much of the value of the contract in training and developing the SMMEs. Now here's a question, and I want you to internalize it and practically. Do you think a person ozawumkhupha ngomso ukudla icheese angakutraina uzolingana naye? Do you think? That's what Mr. Matosa is saying. If we don't train one another and build one another, sixelelana inyaniso. Xa uthi ufumene ithende Sanral, ulibala kuthenga imoto ezinkulu, uya intoni lanto kanene, intoni lanto eseRandburg kuthiwa kunendawo enkulu bayi. What's that place apho kune party umuntu athi ndispende 100,000 per night, intoni lanto? Whatever. Uthatha le mali that you must build a business and build society. Uhamba uyospenda koCubana, yes Cubana. And we don't tell you. Umane ucinga uba wena uyi-boss, your money is spent, umane ulahla ama 200 rand notes on the money of the state. Funeka sikuxelele uba out of order. You are out of order. You will never see people of other color, abakwi business, who've been there, who have got monopoly of the economy. You will never see them doing those things in Cubana. But thina, we don't tell each other, ukuze ube nguboss or chief, funeka uhlala uspend imali emapatini. Stop this thing. Stop it. And we must tell each other these things. See, some of us are not elected, who are officials, will tell you the truth. And you must just stop it. When we empower you as SMMEs, when you get empowered by this government of the day, Stop thinking that ufikile wena. Ufikile. Xa sowuwile apha sidibana nawe so uleader rolling mass actions zetoyitoy u-destructive stop contractors as developer this country because angry because you are a loser. You've eaten your money. Must tell you these things. Must tell you. We loser now. You want everybody to be a loser. We must act responsibly because it is in our hands to build this country. And as Sandra, these project managers that you see here, and these colleagues, we are zero tolerant to corruption. As na project manager, I'm the SIT in your 30 envelope up. Or room manager from head office where we are, going around and stealing money for the poor. That does not happen. That is why you see our world-class infrastructure. We are very intolerant of theft, corruption. We are very intolerant of that. If you work on our projects, you've got to deliver. If you don't deliver, you are taking money, utengi material and deliver on the project. Ulibele kukuya ngayo eCubana, we drag you to court and we blacklist you. The next thing, angry up, ubhala ngathi ku Twitter and so forth because you are a loser. And we must say these things. Mnage, I hold no punches. I say it like it is. If you don't agree with me in my house, leave my house, honorable member. Because we're here to build South Africa. The roads are proven to be the economic arteries of any country. If you don't get roads right, that country is not going to grow. Look at how Johannesburg has grown by building roads. And if silibele kuqhathana abantu bakwethu, having said that, I want to recognize one of the activists who I know, Ubabulinda Twala. He's amongst us. He's the activist of Alexander. Let's give him the bells. And also want to recognize councillors that are here. We've got Councillor Marema, we've got Councillor Francisco, we've got Councillor Lee and other councillors that I've not mentioned. Councillor Pandeka. Yes. We want to welcome you, councillors. Tinage sasebenza kwa khulumente, we know what is a councillor. Officials of national government, a councillor is your employer by legislation. Because that is a elected representative by the people of this country. As an official, no matter how senior you can be, you must know ukuthi ngumqeshi wakho lo. And by the way, let me declare, Bau Slalo Webot Sandra, I'm a product of the city of Johannesburg. I can tell you the development of this city from the palm of my hand. And yes. And I get very proud whenever I go to other provinces because I crisscross provinces. I get very proud of the city. I look at development and I'm saying, service delivery has happened in the city of Johannesburg. We're very proud of you, RD, because you guys have worked very hard for this city. There are other areas in the country where you see that more work needs to be done. And I am who I am because I have grown up in this city of Johannesburg, and at some point I felt, okay, let me now, having said, I must not drag this program, call upon one of my sisters and my friend who I worked with in this city, who is the administrative accountable official of the city of Johannesburg in this region, who makes sure that there is service delivery across activities and any service that has to be delivered by any entity and department of the city. She is the eyes and the ears of the accounting officer, who's the city manager of the city of Johannesburg. Let me call upon my sister Umama Uliziwe Nchinga Makoro, who's the regional director, to give us the perspective of the city of Johannesburg in terms of intergovernmental relations. Let's give her a bell. Thank you.
Mandibulise. Greetings to everyone who's present in the house. Ndithanda uvela ke baba uMxhosa. Bafuna undibona napha? Okay. Ndibulise. Greetings to everyone who's in the house. A special welcome to the members of the board from Sandra, Utatu Temba Mambi, Notatu Tamsanga Matosa. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. A special welcome goes to my councillors that are present today, Councillor Marema, Councillor Francisco, Councillor Lee, Councillor Pandega. Those are the ones that I've seen in our midst. I walk this road with them. Thank you so much for joining us. I wish to acknowledge the presence, Office of the Executive Mayor, represented by Justice Ngalungulu, and those that have joined us virtually in this meeting, or Mr. Nguta, and others, Ozolega, that I might have missed. My MMC, Makubo, is also in our midst. A special welcome. A special welcome to the executive officials from Sandral that we have been working together to see to it that today is as successful as it is. To the greater community, Yase Alexandra, I love these people. I love the community of Alexandra. Ubabutwala, who always makes time and shows up because he is interested in the development yabantu base Alexandra. Special thank you. A special thank you to everyone, cooperatives, businesses, community at large, Yase Alexandra. We would not be the region that we are said to be if it was not for yourselves. I stand here today, Babu Mxhosa, not only for Region A. I think let me emphasize that. When Sandral approached the city of Johannesburg, I somehow managed to be one of the RDs that interacted with them. The program that we are rolling out here today is a program that is going to be rolled out throughout the city of Johannesburg. I wish to extend a special gratitude to Sandral for reaching out to the city of Johannesburg, because this is what we would like to see across the spheres of government. When national understands that for you to do work successfully at local government, you've got no other option but to interact and work closely with local government. And I wish to extend a word of appreciation to Sandra for having seen the need to interact and work together with us in making the difference that the government is hoping to make to the people of our country. Thank you so much. Now, I'm representing all the regions, 7 regions we have in the city of Johannesburg. They have requested that we form what they refer to as the PLC, which is more like a project steering committee. This is where we are going to be discussing and interacting and finding ways of rolling out the projects that they are introducing to the city of Johannesburg. The PLC has been formed. Representatives from the Office of the Executive Mayor are part of the PLC. The MMC of Transport, representatives from JRA, representatives from DED, and of course, the one and only department, which is Citizen Relations and Urban Management, are also represented there. The idea is to make sure that it's well coordinated within the city of Johannesburg. I'm sure OJ, when they started interacting with the city of Johannesburg, they thought, wow, what a complicated setup we have here. It's because we are the city of Johannesburg. And when you deal with us, you have to feel that you are actually dealing with the city of Johannesburg. We embrace the program that we have brought to the city, and I wish to indicate to the greater community as the Alexandra that the idea here is to make sure that the processes of empowerment and development of our people are transparent and are known to everybody. That is the idea. That is what we seek to achieve. Nizawuqaphela ke ukuthi whenever projects, development initiatives are implemented, we tend to have challenges on the ground. And these challenges are caused by the fact that we have failed to interact and make the community aware of these opportunities that are coming. Into eyenzekayo ke, where you have not been transparent, you actually give an opportunity kwaba bazawuntshontsha bafune ungenelela and want to take things for only their benefit. When you don't communicate and become transparent, you actually leave room for people to interfere with the process and want to take advantage and take opportunity of the fact that it is only known to the selected few. That is not going to happen this time. That is not going to happen this time. We know that projects get implemented in the city of Johannesburg. We've got disruption of projects because others feel they deserve better opportunities to others. That cannot happen this time across the city of Johannesburg. Now, what is going to happen is that the road infrastructure ya Sanral cuts across different provinces, different municipalities. Now we need to prove it to them that Tina, as the city of Johannesburg, we are organized. As big as we are as a metro, we are organized. Now, what's going to happen, Banbakuti, is that we have worked on a system to identify their road infrastructure as it crisscrosses within the city of Johannesburg. Ne? So we know which Sanral road infrastructure cuts across our area of jurisdiction. We know it. Now what we did, we then said, of the roads that you have that cuts across the city of Johannesburg area of jurisdiction, these are the regions that it cuts across. We then went further and said, those regions have got wards along your infrastructure route. And these are the wards that would be affected. We then said, okay, if now we have identified that there is a road infrastructure, Sandral, that crosses the city of Johannesburg, but is more closer or cuts across Region E. This is the process that we are going to follow in terms of, one, recruitment of laborers whenever you do your projects. Two, recruitment of SMMEs whenever you do your projects. Three, recruitment and appointment of CLOs whenever you do your projects. Ne? This is information that is going to be made available to yourselves. Ukuti, Sandral, when they are ready to roll out their projects, they are going to indicate to us. For instance, for us, we've got N3. Remember, you've got provincial roads and you've got national roads. Your M1, for instance, for us, is a provincial road. The infrastructure Sandral that cuts across our region is your N3, close to where the Baklu interchange is. So, it means that when Sandral is ready to roll out projects that are within the Region E area of jurisdiction, they are going to indicate to us that this is the scope of work that we are going to be doing with regard to maintenance of those roads. They will then say to us, we therefore need these kind of expertise as laborers, as businesses. We will make that information available to yourselves. Our responsibility and role as the city of Johannesburg is to facilitate the communication between Sandral and yourselves. So when those opportunities become available, you will hear it everywhere. You'll be dropped WhatsApp messages that there's a briefing session, Sandral, this is what Sandral requires. You go and make your submissions. The information is handed over to Sandral to process. So the responsibility as City of Johannesburg is purely to support and facilitate that whatever processes that they have, they are transparent and they are fair and known to everybody. So that is how we are going to be working. So when you see Sandral working in other areas, you also need to check whether that falls within Region E. We have categorized the roads per region. Others will cut across different regions, but that information is going to be communicated to yourselves. Kubalulekile ke ukuthi singalwi ngezi zinto. We don't fight over this. It is important that when Sandral makes these opportunities available, and they've got, for instance, CIDB requirements that are specified, it's important that at some point we join hands and hold each other as businesses so that you can be able to have access to the opportunities that are there. It's important that when there is a CIDB requirement that you do not meet as a single enterprise, you understand that CIDB has got a partnership arrangement across different categories of CIDB requirements that can be formed so that you can have access and qualify for that particular grade that is required. I'm sure Sandral will also make that information available to yourselves so that as Puma as opportunities, go to your sister company, join hands and say, let's go and respond to it. Niyayazi ke thina indlela esebenza ngayo apha region E. Asilwi, and anything that has to do with myself is gonna be clean. It's going to be clean. If there are people that you feel have been left out or probably they are not in our database, please touch base with the region. People who would want to be registered so that when we send out the SMSs and communication when the time comes, continue to reach out to our office so that we've got that information. I'm sure many of you have received SMSs and type of communication from ourselves. We also make use of our councillors. We send the information to councillors to say, please assist us to disseminate the information further to the community. So those of you that we do not have details of, please touch base with our office. We are based at 137 Daisy Street, and Ufofo, I'm sure many of you know him now. Ufofo nabo bemkwabela, he's the man. He's sitting there right at the back. Please touch base with Ufofo so that we've got your details. Ufofo is not managing contracts. Ufofo is not dishing out contracts. All he is doing, he is facilitating communication between Sandral and the community out there. Let that part be clear. Ukuthi akakho involved in anything. But for you to know the programs and opportunities that are available, it's important that we have got your details. So on those few words, Dade Mxhosa, we are saying you are welcome, and I am hopeful that if people do not understand something somewhere in terms of what we are doing in partnership with Sandral, they should please feel free to touch base with Ufofo in the office. If we need to have dedicated sessions to explain some of the things, reach out to us. We are here to explain that. But a special word of gratitude to Sandral once more, and we're looking forward to having a fruitful relationship with you. It will not only end, Kebabu Mxhosa, on implementation of projects. We are going to use that as a platform of engagement between spheres of government, where we feel that there are certain areas where we could collaborate on. I think this forms the basis of an opportunity and a relationship, long-term relationship that we are going to have with yourselves. Thank you so much.
Oh, honorable members, order, honorable members. Let's give her a bell. Let's give a round of bells. Thank you, honorable members. Order. Yo, is Jerry here? Virtually, is Jerry here?
He's on his way, Mr.
Order, honorable members. Thank you very much, MMC. Thank you. They are not here. It would have been good that they are here so that we talk as partners. Thank you very much to the RD. Now, this is our figure. We're getting there, but I'm reminded again to say there's ablution facilities outside of the venue, I think at the back. there are ablution facilities. There's that survey on the USSD that people have to fill, because we want to rate what your views are about our engagements and the content of what we're talking about. We want you to be frank and tell us exactly what is happening. Now, having said that, I really, Office of the Executive Mayor and colleagues from the region, do not have the authority to introduce the member of the mayoral committee. I do not have. I was trained on protocol. I'm just an official who cannot introduce a political leader. But we're at an item now where we've got to introduce the member of the mayoral committee in the city of Johannesburg, who is responsible for transport in the city of Johannesburg. So transport in the city involves all transport and infrastructure, which is roads. It's roads, it's public transport, it's everything that has to do with transport in the city of Johannesburg. She's been mentioned a few times. She is Umama Unonhlanhla Makhuba. Well, I know her personally, Babunga Lonkulu, but I don't have to reveal Ubasazana Njani. But I know her. She is based in the Johannesburg CBD. She is responsible for Johannesburg Roads Agency as an entity of the city responsible for road network infrastructure. She is responsible for Metrobus. She is responsible for transport as core, which is responsible for policy development and formulation and monitoring in the city, as well as your rear via, which is also doing transport in the city, and that, as I said, public transport, as well as the taxi recapitalization, taxi operations, and so on in the city of Johannesburg. And as I said, her name is Councillor Nonhlanhla Makhuba. Honorable members, let's give her bells so that she can speak to us. Thank you very much. Over to you, MMC.
Thank you very much, Babu Mkos. I hope I'm audible. Yes, okay. All right. Okay. Program Director, Baba Uspiwe Mkosa, one of our own, I can safely say, we're very proud of you, Masese Bonova Central Put. We know we were once with you in the city of Johannesburg. Executive Mayor, Mayor Jeffrey Makhubo in absentia, officials from the Executive Mayor's Office, Chairperson of the Board of Central and the board members present, councillors present, a Regional Director of Region E, Sislizwe Makoro, officials of Central present, officials of the City of Johannesburg present, various stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to take this opportunity and thank Sunrise for coming up with this program called Taking Sunrise. Because I'm going to request that I close the meeting so that you can hear properly.
Sure, MMC. You're welcome.
I can hear an echo here. Thank you. As a government, we are often accused of not engaging or not engaging enough with our stakeholders when it comes to projects in their areas. We are also often seen as working in silos. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of intergovernmental relations when it comes to delivering services to our community. We need to speak in one voice and understand that service delivery outshining each other, but rather to make our communities shine. In many instances, communities do not see us as different tiers of government. They see us as government. Residents do not want to know whether a road belongs to Central or province or the JRA. They just want it fixed. Similar to infrastructure development projects in our and access to facilities, whether it be a provincial or national project. They will want to know how to benefit. And the MOP for Transport in the City of Johannesburg, I support this program and trust that it will be rolled out to all divisions in the city so that our stakeholders can be informed what SANRAL plans are in their area.
MMC, can we ask you to put your volume to maximum? Or yes, just push your volume. Let's see. We can hear you, but very, very minimal. Just try to ask the guys to maximize your volume.
It is on maximum.
Is it on? It's on maximum. Okay. Or at best, if it's possible, I was going to ask that colleagues around the MMC maybe connect her on a phone and see what volume can that phone give us, because I know these gadgets, the laptops can give hassles. I usually connect on my phone, then it gives me the maximum volume as if I'm talking to the person on the other side. Maybe it can help. Let's try the options. If you've got enough data in the office, whilst she's talking on the laptop or the desktop, connect her on the phone and see the practicality of that. Thanks.
Okay, Chairperson Babum Kosa, I'm speaking, I'm connected from home, unfortunately.
If there's someone who's also connected from here on the virtual platform, let's disconnect, because the call we're getting from the MMC's office is that there's a lot of echo on their side. It just gives them an irritation and sound blasts that are unnecessary for them. Let's try to manage that sound, guys. Ngintembile man sanungletha down. Ngintembile world class. How can you?
And also, Program Director, can I request that those that are that all those that are logged on visually to mute, because that also affects.
Now, but ke technology, we're in fourth industrial revolution. Now, we're trying an option MMC because we want to make sure that we connect with you. It's important that as a political head in the transport portfolio, people hear you. We're trying to connect through the phone so that we can then connect you to sound so that everybody can hear you from here. Just give us a few seconds, ma, because we are interested in what you say. Siyayifuna le ndaba. Riyayibatla ntweni. Akere bagaetso riyayibatla. Absolutely. Riyamunyaka mama Makhuba. Yes. We will just connect and hear if sound works. We're on the fourth industrial revolution. That's why I was saying you guys must use your phones. This is where we want you to communicate with the world. Right. Okay. If we were, is this thing on? If are we connected? Okay. Can you hear us, MMC? Can you hear us?
Hello, MMC?
It only comes here.
Yes, how is that?
Can we?
Try and speak, MMC.
You can't pick it up. It's only here. It's not picking up there. We're trying to connect you, MMC. Hey, MMC kune sabotage la. Phela ungakhohlwa uthi sisegomora. Hey. Oh. Something must give. Something must give. This must. Or maybe this doesn't want to. You can hear it doesn't want to. MMC?
Yes.
Lovely. Bengazi uthi sizowina eGomora. Kusegomora. MMC awuthi Gomora sizwe.
Gomora.
Nazo. Speak to your people, they are listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I'm still hearing the echo. Hello, can you hear me now? Okay. All right, thanks. Thank you very much. In many instances, communities do not see us as different tiers of government. They see us as government. Residents do not want to know whether a road belongs to Sandwell or the province or Jerry. They just want it to be similar to infrastructure development projects in our communities and access to opportunities, whether it be a provincial or national project. They will want to know how to benefit. As the MMC for Transport to the City of Johannesburg, we support this program and trust that it will be rolled out to all the regions in the city so that our stakeholders can be informed of what central plans are within their area. Access to business opportunities has become our biggest hurdle when it comes to projects. The formation of business forums has become a trend, and this often leads to disruptions and delays on projects. I am happy to see the focus is also being given to SMMEs and how they can access this opportunity. I trust our communities as well as our departments and entities will take this opportunity to engage with SANRAL in order for us to find common ground on issues that may potentially arise on some of these projects. We look forward to future collaboration and engagement on enhancing our road infrastructure and improving our communities. I thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much, MMC. That was MMC Nonhlanhla Makhuba. We really have not heard much on what she was saying. And I guess colleagues, be sound, these proceedings are recorded, hey? We're interested in that, but thank you very much. Those are the challenges that go with virtual platforms. Those are the challenges indeed, but thank you very much for your words of support on behalf of Transport of the City of Johannesburg. Let's give her a bells, Bagwetu. Let's give her bells. Those who are not giving bells, I will order them out of my house. Order, honorable members, order. Now, sifika kuvutondaba ke ngoku, rifitla mode ntho di leng teng. Now we're going to do presentations of what exactly we're about, what work is to be done, where, when, by who, and how that work is going to be done. So, if phone is Bagwetu azivulwe litsibe uri limamele, and I think we don't have a problem, colleagues, with sharing these presentations with people. And colleagues from SANRAL are agreeing that if resakwa gabotse ba gaetso re tla lefa presentation as people who've attended this session. Now, I'm going to quickly request Ausilishan Ndlovu from CIDB, and I know technical people and construction people, but the compliances, as were said by the regional director here, the CIDP grading and processes. Now, I'm going to call upon Ausilishan Ndlovu to give us a presentation from CIDP. Mandlovu, hale batle yena ho mofa bells. Kantile biyang yana. Kantile biyang. The RD is helping here. I know she's I know she's a control freak. She wants to have her hands in control. Upu fofo. Fofo. He's not going to get his bonus. The RD is fighting here. Tifuna bakbone hlo. There's Fofo. Everybody see Fofo. Give him a bells. Thank you, Mhlekazi. Benifuna bakbone nje uba sithetha ngobani, xa sithetha ngalona. We are trying to sort out technical issues. It's frozen. You were supposed to do a presentation. Whoa. Just unmute. Log off and on. If it gives you a problem, leave the meeting and reconnect. If that's what it does. Just leave the meeting and connect again. Or the whole thing is frozen. Got it. Thank you very much. Please sanitize this mic and we give Gumam Ndlovu. Right. Let's sanitize it.
Bagolo dumelang. Ke nna Lishan Ndlovu, ke tswa ke le from CIDB. Can you hear me now? All right, sorry about that. But I can't shout, unfortunately. Libitso ke Lishan Ndlovu, ke tswa from the CIDB. Mmereko wa ka today is very simple. I'm here to support SANRAL, and my support relates to compliance. Ms. J, ubuile ka the requirements for you to be able to be part of the upcoming opportunity, ya SANRAL, And if you look at those 3 requirements, they are interlinked. It's CIDB, it's tax compliance, and it's CSD. If you take out one of the requirements, the link is broken, the chain is broken. So the link has to be complete. You have to comply. If, for example, Onale, you are tax compliant, but you are not CIDB registered, you won't be able to be part of this upcoming opportunity. If, for example, you are CSD compliant, registered with CSD, but you are not CIDB compliant, you are still not going to be part of this exciting opportunity. So for me today is to emphasize the importance of compliance and the importance of getting yourself CIDB registered. And with, if you are an upcoming contractor, for example, you haven't registered yet with CIDB, you have to be CSD registered. And remember, CSD registration requires you to be tax compliant. So you can't go to CSD and register if you are not tax compliant. So for you as a new entrant, for example, in the construction industry, get yourself registered on the CSD database, and once you have a CSD number, then you will be able to register with the CIDB. CSD registration online, it's online. It takes about plus minus 15 minutes to get yourself registered on the CSD register. Once you have your CSD number, then you can get yourself on the CIDB database. A requirement for CIDB database is for you to be CSD registered, for you to have an active email account and also an active bank account. Those 3 requirements are also CSD requirements. So if you look at the whole picture, everything fits into the other. Tax compliance fits into CSD compliance. CSD compliance fits into CIDB compliance. So for contractors who are already registered with the CIDB, those that have their grades, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, it is very important for you to ensure that your status remains active. Because once SANRAL starts advertising and they start recruiting contractors, your status must be active with the CIDB. And once you are CIDB active, automatically it means you are CSD active. So like I said, that is the link that one fits into the other. And with CIDB, as I've mentioned, you just need to go on our website, register on our website. It takes about 3 to 5 minutes, and then you'll be active. The higher grade contractors, those that already have their grading, please ensure that you are active by the time that SANRAL starts recruiting for contractors. I think that's it from my side. Thank you so much.
That was nice. NgesiZulu City, kwaba yizikhindi. It was nice and short. Kwaba yizikhindi. It was nice and short and to the point. Let's give her a bell, honorable members. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, let me now, Oakley and your team, are you ready? We're going to take about how many presentations? 3 presentations. And this is Oakley, who's one of our project managers at SANRAL in the Northern Region. He's going to do the introduction of the project managers and then deal with those. I will only talk when they've done all those 3 presentations. Thank you very much. Over to you, Oakley. We are trying to share the presentation with colleagues and MMC who've joined virtually. Can you see the presentation, MMC and colleagues that have joined us virtually?
It was there, but it's gone now, Chair. It was there, but it disappeared.
Okay. We must see it there, isn't it? We're sharing with Oakley. We don't want Oakley to do presentations secretly here. We've got to see them with the world. We've got to see them with MMC and colleagues who have joined from the Metro Center, which is the corporate building of the city, and any other participants of this taking Sandral to the people. Are we winning? We will win. Siseko moral. We are glad. Yes. The people on the other side must be able to interact with the presentation. It must appear there. That's our men's test. I want colleagues, any colleague who's in the virtual platform to confirm when they see the presentation. Otherwise, this will be regarded as a secret meeting for Oakley and his people. Next time, you guys must bring me working machines. These are tired. These are the ones you were using in the Eastern Cape. This is a virus, as the Eastern Cape. Must never take into the Eastern Cape. Try to share, let's see. Share, let's see. We want everybody to see this thing. Iska ba le kunutu la rona mo Marlborough. Kausane ba ra laba. Ba ne ba re fora fela. Share, let's see. Otherwise, if I sebenzanga bakhona bangeke babhadalwe.
Okay, we can see it now.
Can you see?
Yeah. Oh, it's gone again.
It's gone again. Bazoma ngithi ngeke bakhokhelwe seyiqala iyavela manje. Asiwasayina ama invoice namhlanje mayingavelanga lempahla. Aha. Funeka ngibagwajise futhi izovela. Any success? I now miss my young man at head office, Sandra, France. I would be shouting from the bottom, France! Tla o re thushe mo. I miss France. If you can succeed, I'm getting an advice that maybe you can email to those that have connected virtually, share it with them so that they can then get that presentation whilst Oakley is presenting here, because we're mindful of the COVID rules. We don't want to spend so much time here and people participating and making sure that they ask questions, they make comments, then we can close the meeting. It would be very sad that we speak and speak and speak, and thereafter we say, you are dismissed. You. But la go trapa batho ba ko region E. Try to email. I'm worried about the MMC, the Office of the Executive Mayor, and other colleagues who have joined virtually. They must interact with the presentation. And batho ba bo rena ba leng mo go tswana gore ba e thole presentation e. A ke re ba gaetso?
Chair, we can see the presentation now.
Oh, you can see the presentation?
Yes.
Ah.
Yes, we can.
Lovely, le pasitse, you will be paid. Now, let's make sure that it doesn't go away again. Le tla dira sure. These young men. Now, let's Aha. Over to you, Oakley. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Oakley van Eyck. I'm a project manager at Sanral. With me is Origin Sengwane. On my left, he's project manager in the construction department, and also Mr. Sipun Tedana, who is the project manager handling the freeway lighting contracts in the electrical department. Now, myself, I'm responsible for all routine road maintenance contracts on Sanral roads within the province of Gauteng. And I'm assisted by Mr. Tabu Matlakwana, who's unfortunately not here today. Now, Sanral has 3 routine road maintenance contracts within Gauteng. Now, the first one is that we call it the Tshwane routine road maintenance contract. We've got the Ekurhuleni routine road maintenance contract, and then the Johannesburg routine road maintenance contract. Now, the one we're here today to discuss, as you can see from the map, is the Johannesburg routine road maintenance contract. Now, this is all the routes.
I'm not sure if I heard me.
Mr. Mkosa?
Can we please ask everyone to mute their mics on their side, please? Okay, let me start. As I say, we're here today to discuss the routine road maintenance contract within the Johannesburg metropolitan area. And as you can see from the map, it includes routes like the N1, the N3, the N12, and then the N17 section 1 at Nasrec, Soweto. Now, the current routine road maintenance contracts started in July 2016, and they come to an end of this month, the 30th of November 2020. The new contracts will thus start on 1st of December 2020 and will run for a period of 36 months until 30 November 2023. Now, the appointed consulting engineers on these contracts is the Ndodana Uarona joint venture, and the appointed main contractor on this contract is Via Roads. Now, Via Roads is a 9 CE contractor, and he will be the managing contractor for this contract for the 36 months. Now, the main contractor will put out tenders for the targeted enterprises, will then be appointed within the next 6 months. Now, typical routine road maintenance works, as you can see from the scope, project scope, typically include things like route patrols. That's vehicles traveling up and down the freeways to make sure that the roads are safe. There will be debris and litter pickup teams that make sure there's no debris and litter on the roads. There will be vegetation control, which includes grass cutting, removing of trees, and spraying of chemicals. We've got pavement maintenance that will be done, which includes crack sealing, pothole repairs, and pavement repairs. There will be fencing repairs, installation of new fences, drainage maintenance for like cleaning culverts. That's just to mention a few of the routine maintenance actions that will take place. Now, based on the routine road maintenance works that need to be done, the project management team, that would be members from SANRAL, the consulting engineer, and the contractor, will identify sustainable work packages for subcontractors to tender on. There would be, for instance, packages for vegetation control for the targeted enterprises. There will be general maintenance packages that will be put out, pavement repair packages, etc. Now, the subcontractor tenders that will be put out will be for 1 and 2 CEs, 3 and 4 CEs, and 5 and higher CE grading designations. Now, in terms of the contract participation goals, in terms of the contract participation goals, the main contractor, which is Via Roads, they are bigger than 51% black-owned. Thus, a minimum of 50% of the work will have to be sublet. Now, furthermore, SANRAL has also sub-targets for the targeted enterprises, which means for the 1 and 2 CE contractors, a minimum of 10% of the contract amount will be sublet. For a 3 and 4 CE contractor, a minimum of 20% of the contract amount will be sublet. And for a 5 CE and higher grading designation, there is no minimum sublet value. Now, it's important to note that during this 36-month contract, training will be done on site with the subcontractors, and it will be done through accredited training facilities. Now, the typical training that will be done will be, for instance, like traffic accommodation, fencing repairs, health and safety, concrete works. So that's a typical training. Then I also want to mention that I know training is very important, and we are also appointing a mentor on site that will be of assistance to the subcontractors for the work on site. So this is mainly to improve the performance of the subcontractor, to do skills transfer, and make them more equipped and profitable, and help them grow in their CIDB grading in this whole process. So we're trying to uplift and grow from let's say 1 or 2 CE to 3 or 4. I thank you very much. Next up is Origin Sengwane.
Afternoon, everyone. As my colleague has mentioned, my name is Origin Sangwane. I'm the project manager of the conventional project, which I'll be presenting on today. Can you hear me? Yes, I'll be presenting on the special maintenance of National Route N1, section 19, which is actually going to be a concrete pavement for depth repair. Shown there on the slide is actually the locality map for the project itself. So the picture on the right-hand side, it's actually that black line there. So basically the project falls within the city of Joburg and Mfuleni municipality. 40% of it is within the city of Joburg. As I've mentioned, or as my colleague has mentioned, the project starts at Klein Reitspray to section 20, which is that N12 or Potchefstroom interchange. And the consulting engineers for this particular project has been appointed, and it's BVI consulting engineers. And we are currently in the tendering stage for appointing the contractor. So the contractor will only be probably appointed sometime next year. The project construction duration for this particular project is estimated to be around 15 months, and the anticipated construction start date is relatively in June 2021. As I've mentioned earlier on, so we're going to be doing some partial full depth concrete repairs. So those will be the major roadworks on the project, replacement of the defective joints, because it's actually a concrete pavement, and then some asphalt overlay on the ramp interchanges, and regroving of the skid resistance. The projected local economic development for this particular project that we foresee will be job creation in the targeted areas, training of unskilled labor, and the use of subcontractors, which will be targeting 1 to 6 CEs. The community participation for this project, we anticipating to subcontract 30% or a minimum of 30% to targeted enterprises, and 6% of the contract value will be for targeted labor. The possible work packages or subcontracting opportunities for this particular project are listed there. So it's actually not all of them, but it's some of them. The rest will probably be packaged properly once the contractor is appointed. So some of the work that will be done is accommodation of traffic, road marking, stone pitching, guardrails, patching, concrete lining of open drains, etc. The tendering requirements for subcontractors, I think my colleagues have actually spoken about it a lot, but I think the one main thing that I want to highlight is that on your CIDB registration, you must be a CE for civil engineering. So we don't necessarily work with GPs and all the others for this on this particular project. We'll be targeting CEs. Yeah. Thank you. That's all from my side. Sipho will do the rest.
Sanbonani. The name is Sipho Ncedane. I'm the project manager responsible for freeway maintenance, underlighting, and electrical infrastructure. I will be taking you through the upcoming project of the freeway maintenance throughout Gauteng. Can you assist me? Okay. The project entails freeway lighting maintenance under the national roads, which is N1, N2, and N3, as well as N4. Sorry, as well as N12, which is going to be a 36 months project, which is 3 years, We've mentioned as well the wards that is cutting across. This is the locality map where the project will be. I've also included the total distance that is under this municipality, which is City of Joburg. It's about 80-kilometer project under the city. But remember, this project is also covered as well under City of Ekurhuleni as well as Tshwane. But this is basically for City of Joburg. The project scope on this project, it entails as well the establishment of sites, inspection of road lighting and night inspection, accommodation of traffic, as well as repairing damaged lighting infrastructure, cleaning of luminous transformers and kiosks. Remember, when it comes to lighting, where there is lighting infrastructure, there is always RRM, which is routine road maintenance, which is managed by Oakley. So whenever you have lighting, most of the things are already done by RRM in terms of the cleaning of infrastructure. I'm just mentioning this because I've mentioned the cleaning of the luminaires, transformers and stuff. All our equipment are on the plinth, which is the transformer is on the plinth. When it comes to the cutting of the grass, already RRM has done that job for the lighting. So there is no much that you can do. It's all about housekeeping. As well as eradication of weed and undesirable plants, maintenance of lighting infrastructure installation, emergency assistance and removal of damaged and vandalized lighting equipment. When it comes to lighting as well, it's one of specialized job. We also looking at subcontracting. Subcontracting is about 15% for the companies that have a BEE status that is less than 51%. If your BEE status is more than 51%, you get about 5% to subcontract, which is the minimum that we agreed on. I think that's it for now. I will take questions if there's questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very brief to the point presentations. One thing that I've got to say is that I've agreed with Ufofo at the back that Sandral is going to share this presentation, all these three presentations with him. He is going to make sure that all of you get these presentations, because as I was standing at the back, the reason why I went to the back was to see. I can tell you, people there at the back have not seen anything of these presentations. So it's important that you share these presentations with them so that they can interact with them. But one thing we must appreciate is that this is work that is coming. It's not work that we are doing. Now you have an opportunity to participate. So it's important that you see these presentations so that you can then be prepared. One of the things that was said by the RD was that of the project liaison committees, formation of the PLCs, project liaison committees. There are principles also. We don't want people who sit on PLCs to sit there and represent their jackets. You must know when you're a business person, when you sit on the PLC, you must have the discipline not to tender. Because you can't sit at the PLC at the same time and tender. You can't have double standards. You sit there to deal with the governance of the project. You can't be a tenderer at the same time. So when you are a tenderer, you don't sit on the PLC. you can't have your cake and eat it. We must agree. You can't have double standards because everybody will fight for that PLC because hagidula mola kitlaja di tendera. No. People who sit there are the ones who are making sure that things are done properly by the contractor, by Sanral, by the consultant, by the bidders. And the PLC doesn't adjudicate or award tenders. The PLCs see to it that procedure is followed. So we must agree that up front. Now, we've come to the real issues, which were the presentations. It's time now for us to ask questions and queries and squabbles. Now, Batubame Bakai. I want to see the mics so that we allow people to raise questions before we then go to the closure of the engagement. I'm going to take hands. I'm very hungry. I am so proud, RD. I'm told that because procurement of this event must be done here. And abantu who are providing sound, photography, everything must come from Alex. If we're providing catering, it was supposed to be people coming from here. And I'm told these sound people and photographers and videographers come from Gogomora. Agir, I'm very proud. And this has to happen exactly like that. Now, let's take questions. Let me see hands. Let me see hands. Kidibale. We will start 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, our mom, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Honorable members, I'm taking these rounds because you know the danger with the second people. They get inspired. Follow up. Follow up. I wanted to take 20. And I'd seen a hand there. What number is that? 19. $20. In that order. Honorable members, don't repeat a question that has been asked. I am giving you 2 questions to ask. Is that fair? No, maximum 2. Maximum 2. You ask 1. If indeed deloaded, I will ask you to give you 2. I will give you 2, but don't politician. Just go to the question. If you've been covered, you've been covered. I will use my discretion. If I've got to overrule you, I will overrule you, but I will be very fair. Harinke Lesandawana Kabuyelo, you tell us what your name is, what organization do you represent or company do you represent, so that it goes on record. Thank you very much. Kabuyelo.
No, I greet you all in the name of business and to the speakers and officials of Sanral. My name is Chris Maicha. I'm from Takadu, a sister company of Seleno Group. My question is around, we are emerging manufacturers of asphalt. So maybe I might have missed the presentation where it speaks about locality in terms of products. So my question is to say, what percentage of the project is going to local produced products for emerging companies who are manufacturing asphalt, for instance. And then the second question, Program Director, as guided by your instruction, goes to Sanral, especially the board representative, to say that from our stance as a company, we have innovative concepts. So we've been struggling to actually get an opportunity to present those innovative concepts for road construction. So my question is to ask the board members that is there a strategic intervention for innovative concepts? Because in most presentations I've seen in Sanral, there's no particular budget that allows for innovative concepts to be presented or given an opportunity. Thanks.
Tobe, two questions. What percentage and innovations? Two questions. Number two, you must make sure, colleagues, that you sanitize every mic that goes to everybody. Right? Shoot, Papa. Molweni bawo.
Oqala sayibulela ipresentation kakhulu. Ngegama nguLucas Vondo from Stone Ridge, Ward 115 within Region E. Bengithanda ukubulela u-Regional Director uMama uLiziwe nge-opportunity abasinike yona ukuthi sibe khona kule presentation. Thank you very much, Regional Director. Umsebenzi wakho ukulandela. Chair, mine is that at times in the presentation you'll be told about percentage for the SMMEs, where there's 10% or 30%. It's in the presentation, but in practical, it's not happening. Now, we've got project managers. I think that the board member there, when he was doing a presentation, uchilo futhi ukuthi transformation ayonto simple inzima kakhulu. Now sizoyibona kanjani ke ukuthi le nto le percentage ama SMME, because it's a biggest concern when it comes to the SMME, and you've mentioned that you always find that there's grade 1 most of the times, and you'll find that throughout the region there were a lot of projects, but those projects were not giving out the percentage that were supposed to be going to the SMMEs, whether it's 30%, whether it's 10%. Lastly, Chair, was that we are asking that the project managers, they must also play their role in making sure that within the project, within the percentage of the SMMEs, not only that, at times you find these contractors, they are giving little that it was supposed to be given to the local SMMEs. And then it looked like now there's a dictatorship. Can I proceed, Chair? Yes. At times, it gives you've mentioned that it gives a problem to the SMMEs where it need to be given. I've looked at the program there, the opportunities for the SMME, it outlined for the subcontracting. When the projects kickstart, some of the things that are outlined there, the contractors are not assisting the SMMEs with regards whether it's a JV or whether it's a percentage-wise. So some skills, that skill transfer, it's not happening. Ngendlela efanelekile uthi yenzeke ngayo, Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Two things. How do we ensure that the percentage as approved from the contract, it's disbursed according to the contractual obligations to the beneficiaries. Secondly, it's linked to the skills transfer. How do you make sure that people get the skills that are necessary in terms of the contract in summary? Now, here is a request, number 3, 4, 5, up to 20. The culture of the city, I'm told by the RDs, that abantu abathethayo must come here. Kuthiwa, they are requested that they may come here so that we see them on camera and make sure that they are here as they are supposed to speak. Thetha ke mhlekazi njengobumana usiza buwa khuluma mntakababa. Those number 3, number 4, 5, 6 follow so that you are able to grab the mic from here. But make sure that you sanitize this mask. I mean this mic. Sanitize, 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 sanitize. Don't take a chance. Asiyeke mntakababa, shoot.
Sanbonan. My name is Unkosana Ngwenya. I am from NNI Services. I have 2 questions, Mina. The first one is in terms of e-tendering. Will there be consideration of the exact ward or address that e-company is residing in with regards to the work that's being tendered for? So, for example, if your work is passing through Ward 32, will companies from Ward 32 be given preferential treatment in the tendering process? The second question is pertaining to the work packages. Is that the only beneficiation that SMMEs are going to have, or is all other associated work that goes with the scope going to be considered? For example, I would not imagine security would be part of your work package, but you'd probably require security. So will SMMEs from that locale also be considered? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sanitize the mic. It's about work packages as well as the beneficiation. I'm just doing a high-level summary because there's a request on the virtual platform that we do repeat, because this facility, Bagwetu, I've been told by colleagues that it has got problems of connectivity and sound and network. So you must bear with us. People who are on the virtual platform are not picking up what they're supposed to pick up. So we've got those challenges, but the city through community development is addressing those issues to make sure that it is audible enough and connectable enough, because we're going to live with virtual issues. Let's take it back.
Oh, molweni. Igama lami ndinguNdimphiwe Nicholas Ntshentshe, umfoka Madiba. We're from Ward 32 in Klipfontein View, EVD. My question, I also have 2 quick questions. Mine is basically on, I heard the presentation, both of them, and we appreciate and we accept. I think mine is also to get if there is any contractual commitment from the main contractors that will be subcontracting the SMMEs to say, those SMMEs that are showing signs of improvement, and are there any commitments from them to say in their next project that they are going to, they are incorporating them? So this is a question of a policy perhaps from the government side. Number 2 is to also look into, because in construction there is a whole lot of trades, if I put it that way, or work that normally when it comes to presentations like this are not mentioned. And normally when the work starts and the problems, they begin right there. So I also wanted to check in terms of the procurement of the material, as and when that they will be used or need of the materials. Are there any openings or opportunities for those SMMEs that are participating in those respective, what you call industries, that they will be given an opportunity to then supply, other than going to the main contractors that we are aware of, which are the capitalists of the industries? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to repeat, thank you, Matota. 2 things. Is there commitment from the part of the main contractors to make sure that they empower and benefit subcontractors? Secondly, supply. We made a mistake. These people who are attending here, it's not only people who are interested in subcontracting and contracting, it's suppliers as well. So the question is there an obligation from the part of SANRAL as well as the main contractors that in the tendering of supply of material, local people and SMMEs in the area are going to be given an opportunity to tender for the supply of materials, right? Not only the supply to come from somewhere. when you've got other suppliers that are local that can do that. Good. Asieba, shoot.
Dumelang. Lebitso la ka ke Clement Tipe. My company is called CGBS Projects and Investment. Okay, fine. The questions, actually, I don't want to reiterate on top of what has been said.
Yeah.
Initially, I'll go direct. The question is, in terms of the CPA adjustments, because if we are doing a supply and feed, we need to consider, for instance, in my case, I'm actually supplying steel for this particular project, and then the price which I was actually given was for 2018, and now we are in 2020. So the question is, how do actually the main contractor going to be actually monitored in terms of having to see to it that the rise and falls of the prices? Remember, if you have actually...
I hear you on that. Don't motivate, I hear your question.
Yeah.
It's pricing. How do we make sure that the price, the current pricing, as compared to the price of 2018, main contractors are known to be notorious for giving less price. People don't even break even for them to be able to do the work. He's trying to argue that point to say, do we have a commitment that the price range is going to be the current price range, and it is the price that is within the market requirements, and it can make suppliers and tenderers to be able to do business?
Yeah, I think that is clear. So if from my understanding, as there's one of those projects which have got the main contractors already being appointed, why didn't they actually come to this sitting and then we do a TTM with them and see to it that we take this thing up? Because according to my experience, I've noted they would come and sweet talk us in such meetings. And later on, when you realize that you are actually committed yourself into this thing, you don't get any assistance as much as it's happening now. Thank you.
It's an issue of trust more than anything. We come and preach, we come and talk to people on paper, we show them nice policies. When it comes to implementation, it is the opposite. And there is that trust deficit. People are saying government is good in talking, but when it is supposed to implement, we see different people, or we see people who are non-committal when it comes to those issues. How do we make sure that we indicate to the left and tend to the left? We don't indicate to the left and tend to the right. Because when it comes to the implementation, the balances of forces then begin to be a problem. Let's give it to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Program Director, Utatum Khosa. My first question has actually been covered by one of that, so I won't repeat that question. My second question is to Mr. Oakley van Wyk, who in his presentation spoke about a sublet value. So he mentioned with the CIDB grading, that grading 1 and 2 CE, it's a 10% requirement. CIDB grading 3 and 4 CE, it's a 20% requirement, and grade 5 and above, there is no minimum requirement. Can you please elaborate on that? Thank you.
Thank you. I think the question is very clear. We've heard it's about these technical requirements and the CIDB qualifications in terms of the grades. She needs more explanation in as far as that is concerned. Next question.
Thank you very much. My name is Donald Kumura. I'm from the Black Business Council in the Built Environment, the BBCPE.
BBC, sure.
My question is to especially those who are responsible, the project managers.
Yes.
I just want to know what's Sandral's attitude towards affording young people, especially young professionals, work? Because in most cases, looking at who you're talking about, your Ndota and consulting engineers, your VI consulting engineers and the likes, those are established companies. What's Sandral's attitude towards creating opportunities for young entrants? Because I'm exposed to a plethora of young people who are running their own practices. What is Sandral doing to assist them to find work? And the last question, how is Sandral going to deal with the employment of foreigners, especially I've seen some in grass cutting opportunities, grass cutting projects. You find that the people who are cutting the grass are not necessarily, they may be local, but are not necessarily South Africans. And I think maybe that is done so that they're not paid the minimum wage. So I don't know if you guys are aware of these. And these, if you're not careful, are the very same things that make communities to riot. Because now, as much as there's a project, the community is not necessarily benefiting, especially South Africans. So I want to know from you guys, the guys that you afford work to, how are you making sure that they don't necessarily employ foreigners to the detriment of locals? Thank you.
Yep. Nazo, it's a question of, I think the first question is more on transformation. How do we prioritize young people in all the work that we do? The second, I think it's a global phenomenon of non-citizens doing basic work in particular jobs and which is the narrative in the country. Usem Chamslegas, are you still within the youth category? Babes kwa Xhosa benza kwa dress andithi bothula umnqazi kwedini xa uthetha nabantu abadala. Hayi thwala ngoku. Next. Next.
Greetings to everybody. Libito Lakake Lawrence Ruela, I'm a resident of Alexandra. I also happen to work for Ntate Twala at the Puteri Care of the Aged. My question to the table is particularly regarding the unskilled labor. So your guys that are coming to do your, your building and so forth, how do they apply? Is there going to be a process where the community of Alexandra can apply for themselves, or do they need to be employed by the SMMEs and businesses that are going to be tendering for this process? Because the biggest issue when it comes to getting employment in Alex and employing people of Alex is access to these companies. How do we know that there's a job there? How do I, as a bricklayer, get there? How do I, as an electrician, get in there? So is there a way for people to apply for themselves, just on a single basis, not for the whole contract or anything like that?
Thank you, sir. RD will have to also respond in as far as that is concerned. Now, you see, the question of opportunities. My portfolio at Sanral nationally, I am responsible for stakeholder relations, social facilitations, events management, exhibitions, outreach programs, as well as internal communication. I can tell you, closing my eyes, transformation implementation that I do, as I've spoken to say, I want young people, Black, African in particular, women, people with disabilities, to make sure that, as you can see, people who are working here, they must be young, they must be Black, they must be African, there must be women and young women. So that is transformation that we're talking about. And I think these questions are relating to those things amongst the other issues that people are raising. Ariye Papa, shoot.
Siyabonga, uTrevor Kamaluleke, we thank you presentation then Sanral. Then at foremost, then we're talking about business people who are going in small business, SMEs. It's very much important that maybe the SMEs must be helped so that the labor implication then in a crisis. At foremost, most contractors, the main contractors, then utolukutama SMEs, abuya next. And at the end of the day, massive transformation, we transform even maybe a party general workers who are doing the space work. Kutibona ba benefit kanjani. If we help ama SME, we must still help na labor payments zabo, so that kungabe ne crisis. And the upliftment, we welcome the upliftment, this small SME mostly. And they must be babysitted so that maybe Naboba grow. We don't want maybe a project, after a project, Muntu Akona, Usalanga next. And it have been said that maybe as business people must be careful in buying big cars rather than buying cars. And I've buy in Kuleyo ngoba most of our business contractors coming into business, they strive to buy bigger cars instead of buying ama resource for them. So we welcome that, and then we'll see maybe to it, maybe Sanral, they coming in the space region E in uplifting the standards Alexander. And it have been said that they are poor, nalaba chebeka kulu, nalaba ba hlupekayo. So it must have a balance after iSanral yahambile kutne. Same not ukonanyana akusafani. Siyabonga.
Thank you, Bob Maluleka. In essence, the sustainability of those SMMEs who have gotten jobs in Sanral projects, how do we sustain them and make sure that beyond project implementation, there is continuation of sustainability of those SMMEs and making sure that they don't fall by the wayside and become poorer after the project, right? More comment but a small question that is put into that comment. Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you so much. First of all, thank you, Program Director, for the opportunity to come here and ask questions. My name is Mandla Ntombela. I stay at number 4718 Alexandra. I run an internet cafe at the place where I stay. So the reason I actually came here to come and ask a question is I would like to find out how is Sanral or the project implementers are going to be able to actually reach people on the ground as we actually work with people on the ground and actually know what exactly happened on the ground. We are actually the people who actually are the access to the ground. So that's my question is that how is it maybe going to be possible that all the projects and the visibility of people on the ground that are reachable? That's all I wanted to ask.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
It's
Sure.
about getting to the ordinary people on the street. How do we make sure that we get reach of those people as compared to this forum? Beyond this taking Sanral, how are we going to reach people at a street level in terms of the projects that you are implementing? Thank you very much. Next.
Good afternoon, everybody. Regional Director, thank you so much for the opportunity. Esithole namhlanje ngoba things have been just going on, singazi ukuthi kwenzekani. So thank you very much. Sanral, thank you for coming to our township today. My question is about the advertisement. Where are you going to be advertising the tender? Because sometimes you see that people are working and then you don't know where was it advertised. And what criteria will you be using to select the contractors? Thank you so much.
Beautiful, beautiful. Medium of advertisement of all our tenders is as easy as that. We've got a government portal, we've got a Sanral website where our tenders, you can go there, you'll find a lot of tenders there, but I think the colleagues will respond. But all our tenders, you'll see them on government portal, as well as www.nra.co.za. That is where our tenders are, but colleagues will respond. Arya Mama?
Sanbonani, mina igama lami nguRachel Ndicheni. Ngibele for abomama. Ngoba thina abomama asiqashwa, kuqashwa ubaba kuphela and abobaba mabathola imali ababuyi nayo endlini. Imali iphelela ngaphandle, bayidla ngaphandle. If ubaba kanamali, ubaba wasekhaya bakanemali, ubaleka nemali uhamba nayo. And bekufuna ukubuza futhi esithu ukuthi why thina masisapile ku main contract usale ne10,000 ungazi ukuthenga isinkwa kanti kwenzakalani la emhlabeni. Iyo lento lengifuna ukubuza yona. And ngimele abomama nathi sifuna ukuqashwa ngoba siyawazi umsebenzi.
Yes.
Ngiyabonga.
Yeah, very important, very, very important. Let's give her a bells. Thina madoda kuthiwa masithola imali sishiya amakhosikazi ebhendini imali ayize ekhaya. Sanral, how do you make sure that you prioritize women so that women as people, even if they get 5 friends, they're able to share it with families? How do we make sure that on our projects there's maximization of recruitment of women at all levels to ensure that they benefit? Because we men, me included, that was the question. And how do we make sure that women remain with reasonable profits after work that they do because they've got to feed families beyond the project? That was the question. Next, I am mindful of the fact that there are people online who have joined virtually. After I take this group, I will give them an opportunity maybe to reflect or ask questions, then we can give responses. Next. Kutheni ngathi anipheli nje?
Sanibonani, mina igama ngubongani Wamhloli from Pitch and Totas. My first question, I'd like ngicela ukwazi ukuthi this project izoba nama opportunity ayingaki for ama SMME, the whole project. How many SMMEs are they going to be employed?
Right.
Two, in terms of AmaCLO, ngibone kuna 3 project managers. So I just want to know ukuthi how many CLOs are we expecting to this project?
Right. Good. 2 questions. Now, let me correct the last one. At Sanral, we use this language. We don't have a CLO councillors. We've got a PLO. Because CLO to us is very broad. It's a community liaison officer. We are specific. We say project liaison officer because we want that person to focus on our project. But it's almost the same language. How are you going to recruit CLOs? RD will have to respond to that. The other one is the project breakdown. As you've done 3 presentations, each project, how many job opportunities is it going to give? And how many opportunities for SMMEs is going to give per project? That's what he's saying. And I think, without channeling you, those are further details when you further engage at a local level with specific people. Then you do a project breakdown to say, this is the cost of the project. This is what the percentage is going to be for local SMMEs, for SMMEs generally, for local labor. You do all those things. I think the question is drilled down to that level. Next, Mama.
Sanmanan,
I think I've done 50 now.
Nyabonga Central. I'm very proud ukuthi nami namhlanje ngibe lana ngizowuzwa mina ke ngumam Kherezi ngimele ngiyahereza ngimele abo nyawupesi ngiyabafita 3 times a day and then bayisa rehab and then mababuya banganamsebenzi uthola ukuthi umntwana unice uphumile enyawupeni and then uthola ukuthi kuphuma ama project abantwana bathola umsebenzi and every time ngiphethe ama ID wabo mangabe kuyovotiwa ngihamba nabo bayoregistera bayavota kuza iquantum izobalanda ngibayise emavotini. So ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi ivote yabo namhlanje kuCentral ukuthi ngiyacela kuCentral ukuthi ngicela nabo babone ukuthi ivote yabo iyabasebenzela ngoba bahlala estradini kodwa mase babuya rehab abatholi usizo lokuthi bathole umsebenzi. Ngizame ukwenza job creation. Sine company lana esiyenzayo igama le project yabo ulwazi fefe home caring. Sine company yokuthi ngifuna ukwenza job creation. Bengicela kuCentral ukuthi bengicela ukuthi asiphe ispace baziprove nabo ukuthi abantu bayaphila nabo ivote labo libasebenzele. Thank you. Bengizocela answer before ngihamba. Thank you.
Mntakwethu. Wena masiqeda la uhlangane nami siyezwana. Must talk to me. Yes. Right. Siyabonga. Next. Because this is out of project issues and so forth, she must talk to me. Thank you very much.
Lebitso la ka ke Richard Khomo, ke tswa ko Jail Holdings, sole owner and military veteran, fully flagged military veteran company. My question is, our invitation, since we are registered on the CSD, we get lots of fake invitation to bid. Now, I want to know if we'll know your invitation, how genuine and is genuine.
Yeah.
Concern is only security, that's
yes. Yes, that. False advertising and hoax emails and hoax advertising. There are people who purport to be responsible for a tender for Sanral, yet you find those are scammers. The scammers. I think he's talking to that from the military veterans. Yes, sir.
Sanbonani. Ninjani. Ngicela ukubonga i-management ye-Central okay ne community yami. Mina ngoBenjamin. Ngibuya ngihlala khona la eGomora e105. Anginama question amaningi, i-question yami nje enhle ke one. Yokuthi nje enhle ke makuqalwa ama-tender all the time, you know, sithola ama-problems since enhle ke uyaye. Even i-manager le yena enhle ke nayo ye-City of Joburg, he knows that ukuthi we are always sikomplain ngale nto le ukuthi but khona manje makunama tenders enhle ke maweza namakhansela awa influence enhle phakathi ukuthi manje akusanderstand umuntu oyi-one othola maybe about 4 tenders. This is my question enhle ke kunayo. Thank you.
Aye, angizwa le out. Ayimzala ngikuzwa man, wena ukhuluma njengo yendoda vakala xa uthetha nama
Itingibekele kude ke.
Asiblief man, musuthi ba uyangigoqa manje.
Okay.
Let's hear.
Mina nguBenjamin ngimember enhle ke yalana enhle ke Gomora ngihlala e105. Yeah, i-question yami nje i-one nje enhle ke iwariti yami ukuthi nje ama-tender all the time mawaqala lana anabanikazi bawo, even amakhansela enhlalahlele la aya influence makoqala kuba nama-box enhle kokuthi sithendare enhle ngaphakathi. Uthola ukuthi sometimes umuntu oyi-one uthola enhle ama-tender ayi-5 or 6, uyangithola 1%, other person lento bekhulunywa nje baba lana ukuthi we have to share all of us ukuthi enhle sonke we must put into something in the table.
Okay,
Ayenzakala lento le.
Ngikuzwile,
Sala ukuthi ni monitor each and every
Okay.
project eyenzakalayo.
Ngikuzwile Benji mngana. Imark, mama before ungena. Mandikulungise Benji. You see, I've worked in public service for more than 20 years. Let me correct this perception. Councillors and politicians never sit on any tender committee. I'm talking from experience. Yabona lento esiyesimane sihambe estradeni sithi ama-councillors aphethe ama-tender. If anything, they are poorer than me. They don't even know. We present budgets to them. Abaphathi nesenti noma city councillor, there's going to be 10 million coming to your ward. Akana control kuyo. It's us officials who are in control of that budget. So, you see the danger. It's one. Mautu councillor udlimali or untshontsha imali or uyimoto ephethe imali or wakhumuzi ngemali kahulumeni. Bakuvotele nawo abantu uzoba ikhansela kusasa. Ngeke uthole isenti njenga. Let me tell you guys. These are the most people who are working under dangerous conditions. Now uzoba ikhansela kusasa bazothi uphethe imali. Uzothi mawuqala uthenga ipericardine bathi gichelta room. Kanti poor people, they are representing you. Mabehleli nathi belwa nathi balwa ngezinto zenu abalweli into zabo bakithi. So sometimes kufuneka sibe ne discussion different. Ngizo defender political representatives or elected representatives because I've been in public service from school and I know the laws that govern South Africa. Politicians don't sit in decisions that have got to do with award of tenders. It's us. Nama board members la awahlali kulezo zinto. If you've got to raise issues with us. Sizoxoxa ngelinye ilanga bakwethu ne? Well, leave the question. I have responded to it because mina no Benji, sibonane lapha ngaphandle mzala. Siyezwana. Next, mama. Hello, mama.
Ntate Sandra le team ya Hakofela le team ya rona ya region E for this moment. Ki choose the last number because maybe think what I want to say will have
Yes,
been repeated. But I still felt hore issue eki emelang ya bomme.
Ya bomme.
We have not said much in that since re fihle mona in terms of empowering bomme.
Yes.
Ke kopa from today, Sandrale it's my draw a policy, a specific policy towards empowerment of women.
Yes.
With the GBV is halang. If bomme ba ka ba empowered, they'll probably feel useless. But bontate they're taking advantage. Our bomme they're dependent on them. That's why they're doing what they're doing. Ke kopa hore re just play a part in terms of reducing the GBV.
Right.
Ke kopa Sandra le tsamaye e lo re-look at the policy.
Yes, ma'am.
Ya empowerment ya bomme. Ke kopa if ne le sena yona, ha le fihla office le be le yona, and the empowerment should be meaningful.
Yes.
Don't look at 10%, don't look at 20%. Look at something meaningful. I don't know what it is, but I think 30, 40% on all your maintenance and big projects. Look into empowering women.
Yes.
And moreover, with the scarce that we're still experiencing, COVID. Ke kopa also the processes tsa lona tsa ho approve the SMME or inclusion, please let them speed them up, because Ntate Mxhosa, if I may say it, we are suffering.
Yes.
It's hard on the ground.
Yes.
Ke kopa go back and shorten your processes.
Right.
So that when the main contractor is appointed and you feel you must engage the SMMEs, if your process was 2 months, please put it as short as possible.
Right.
3 weeks to a month, I'm sure we'll be able
Yes.
to. Because I can't so I think every one of us at Kenyang, whatever
Yes.
it will be compliant.
Yes.
So we were going to make sure our part we do.
Yes.
So in terms of compliance.
Yes.
So Kopalona on your side, please try to.
Thank you very much. That's really very important. That's very important. That's very important. Why is it that uopelwa matsoho ke bomme fela? Ke kopa re mo opeleng matsoho bagaetsho. Please. The issue of women is a serious issue in this country. And it starts with us men. And we must own up and be able to say, it starts with me. And we must support bomme ba rona, we are born out of women. And it can't be correct that women are begging. They can't beg. They must be part of the mainstream of development and economy in this country. So I thought what she's saying, adding to what Mme was saying, is very important for us to say as Sandral, we're listening very, very attentively to that. Thank you very much, Mme. Yes, Papa. I guess you are the last one. Yes.
Okay, thanks. My name is Libitolaka Kilaki, Sifolo. Mine is to the military veterans, as much as they have touched. And
yes.
Yet you've been mentioning the disabled.
Yes.
Yes. But plight, the military veterans.
It's there, Papa.
Yes.
It's there on our transformation policy. It's blacks, Africans in particular, women, youth, people with disabilities, and military veterans.
Yes.
It's there on our policy.
Yes.
You're quite right.
Good, now we mention it because I mentioned it, but before this part, no I mentioned.
Askis, Papa.
So hence
Askis.
It's re-emphasize or no?
Yes.
Oka replied, the military veterans.
Yes.
So
You're correct.
Maybe Leona, consider or set to a certain level.
As part of benefits and subcontracting and contracting work, military veterans, as per the policy of Sanral, must benefit. That's what Ntate is trying to emphasize and put a point across. Thank you very much. Having taken those questions, can I check if virtually we've got people who want to have a word? Then we can give colleagues who are sitting here to respond, take note, and then we move to the next item of maybe adjourning the conversation for today. Online, virtually. It looks like there's nothing. It goes thrice, twice, once, and it's gone. we don't have colleagues virtually who have got anything to say. And it looks like it's more officials of the city of Johannesburg. I can see Sis Hildam Kwanazi on the line, but it looks like there are no questions. Thank you very much. Now, having done these questions, now here's the last thing I want to say. Those who feel that maybe they did not have an opportunity to ask questions, when we adjourn, you see, Councillor Marem, what you see is what you get. These colleagues, they come from Sanral. They're here to provide you a service. When you live here, if you want to meet Julexia, you want to meet Oakley, you want to meet anybody, have that opportunity to meet them so that you can raise a specific question to them, right? If you want to meet me, as I've got an appointment with some of my friends here, after this is zoti va 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 lapha ngaphandle. So if you've not asked questions, ask those questions to them. More than anything, they must give you their contact numbers, they must give you their email addresses, so that if you want to email anything to them, you write to them an email, so shall they respond. If you want to write an email to me, my email address is Mxhosa, MXHOSA, M again, at nra.co.za. Write me an email, I shall respond to you. Write me an email that has to do with the work of Sandra. Then we shall talk. Right? We will meet, we will have an appointment with all of you. Having said that, I'm handing over now the mic to the colleagues to respond to the questions that they have noted. Then we move with the program towards closure. Thank you very much. Please sanitize it.
Sanibonani kakhona. I'm going to just respond to some of the questions that you have posed, that we have given guidance to Sanral Ngazo. Ne? The specifics they will handle. What we did, when they approached us, we decided to formulate guidelines. Is it okay? Yes. What we did, we decided to come up with guidelines on 3 issues, which we knew that are very important in the city of Johannesburg. 1, guidelines on recruitment of CLOs. You will remember that we've got a policy in the city of Johannesburg. We've come up with clear guidelines to them on the process to follow with regard to recruitment of CLOs. Number 2, we've given guidelines on recruitment of laborers. We've given guidelines on recruitment of SMEs. I'm going to run through it very quickly, but I think it's important that whatever guidelines we have developed in partnership with them must be made known to the community. You will remember that when we do e-recruitment, yes, CLOs, we've got the ward governance department within the city that leads the process. Adverts are issued, posted on certain areas, people submit CVs. That process is driven in form of formal CVs. And the contractors from Sanral, they sit there and then they evaluate, do the interviews and do appointments. The only time it goes to the councillor is the confirmation of whether the person is from that area or not. Ne? Now, due to the nature of the projects that Sanral rolls out, yindlela bantu bakuthi, niyayiqonda mos? It's a road. So you will have N3 stretching to probably your kuthiwa yintoni na? Baklu interchange. Ne? Unesandla sakhe ke ngoku umngane kaMxhosa pha. You want to come in, but anivakali? Hayi ilinde sihlobo sami. Into esizawuyenza, we will circulate this information so that abantu bayazi uba i-CLOs zizawurecruitwa kanjani. Remember, the nature of the projects implemented by Sanral, it's a road. It's a road. Ne? So a road will cut across different wards. Ne? So what we did, we looked at, for instance, the roads that they are doing. It's your N1, 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 N3, N17, N12, N20. Ne? So those roads, they cut across different regions. Ne? If I'm looking at this, the road that is affected, yeah, region E, it's your N3, 12. N3 niyambona uhamba phi? Remember, we're dealing with national roads. Ne? Remember, we're dealing with national roads. So your N3 is along which wards? It's along Ward 32. It's along Ward 81. It's along Ward 85. It's along Ward 106. So, what it means is that in compliance with the criteria that we have for recruitment of CLOs, it's going to be open for those wards. Ne? And then people in those wards will make submissions and interviews will be held based on the requirements. Niyakhumbula mos i-requirements ze-CLOs, abo standard 10 and all of that. We will make those known. Then interviews will be held. And for region E, because Tina were only affected by that stretch of road, Tina we're going to have one CLO for the Sanral projects that are going to be implemented in this financial, in the next 2021. Ne? Remember, our financial years are not aligned. Yeah, 2021. So you are going to find that in other regions, depending on the stretch of the road, yeah, Sanral, in that region, and the number of wards that are affected, but now they are going to have 2 CLOs, for instance. So we've done and mapped out that. So for region E, I want to be specific, so that abantu bangathi their expectations were raised, vara. For Sanral, in terms of what we have received for 2021 projects, and some of which are going to start now, and the stretch of road that cuts across region E is 1 CLO. It's here. Ne? Now I'm coming to recruitment laborers. Laborers, our submission to Sanral is that we must go back to that percentage split, youth, women, and men. Niyakhumbula? Yeah. So we are going to have an agreement with them. When we do labor recruitment, the approach has always been that you need to get from the wards that are in close proximity to the project, so that people don't travel long distances. This is for labor recruitment, laborers. So Sanral is going to say to us, we are doing, give me a typical maintenance work. We're going to cut the grass. I'm just giving an example. We're going to cut the grass and we will need 20 laborers. Ne? We are going to recruit from all those wards that are along there, because we do not want a situation where we go and recruit from Kaya Sands. Remember, Kaya Sands is still part of Region E. We're not going to go to Kaya Sands. We're going to go along where the project is going to be implemented. And those people will be requested to make submissions. The city of Johannesburg is not part of that. Ne? It will be communicated ukuthi, where are you supposed to go and drop your CVs? And this is the percentage split that they are looking at. I'm very particular when it comes to youth and women. So the percentage split must be such that it is to the benefit of youth and women. Coming to SMEs, ESMEs is going to be open to all SMEs in the region, or region E. All of them. Because what we are going to do, which is why I was saying when we started, we need to make sure that at least we've got ne details zenu in the region. Because we are going to send SMSs, when there are briefing sessions, we will say, Sanral is ready and it requires this and this and this, and these are the requirements. We will hold briefing sessions when it comes to opportunities that are available. Yes, indeed, there are other opportunities that will arise out of the projects that they are doing. For instance, if you look at it today, and the photographers and the whatever. So those opportunities will be quantified and mapped out. The Sanral's approach, from what I understand in my discussions with them, is that they are open to making those opportunities that might not necessarily relate to the actual projects available to the benefit of the local people. So when it comes to SMEs, it's going to be for every SME that is in the region. What we will do, I think, we will also make sure that the councillors assist us to disseminate the information. We will post WhatsApps, we will try and look at various forms of communication so that when the opportunities arise and there are briefing sessions that are held, people are aware of them. Ne? I wish to emphasize again, the city of Johannesburg is not part of the selection process, especially for SMEs. Neither are the councillors. So all we do, we facilitate and work together with them. We say to them, you've got a project that you want to roll out. We probably want to make a facility available for yourselves. Ukuthi abantu bahambe and drop their proposals. So what we do, we then probably agree that we'll have a briefing session here at Marlborough. Let people come here. Submissions will be done here in Marlborough, and the closing date is a particular date. And what we normally expect from Sanral is that they take over the responsibility of securing that box. Not the city of Johannesburg. Sanral must secure that box and make sure that all the submissions that have been made in that box, they are in their possession. They take it away and go and do their assessment. Ne? When they are done with that, they simply notify the successful SMEs in line with the way you do business. You understand? So Tina is the city of Johannesburg. We are not part of that, and the councillors are not part of that. So what I'm going to do a brief outline of the guidelines so that people are aware. If it means that we must communicate upfront, ukuthi when we are advertising for CLOs, these are the places where we are going to advertise, so be it. So be it. So that people are not taken by surprise and they miss out on the opportunities. We know the venues that we have. We know the facilities where we advertise. We can list them up front when we do the communication. I think there needs to be some detailed communication that we issue after this meeting to indicate the guidelines that I've been talking about, which relate to the three aspects. And angazi noba ndi, yeah. Oh, the foreigners. The foreigners. When opportunities become available for laborers. As indicated, we advertise in the wards, and then people make their submissions. You will be expected to make a submission together with your ID and da-da-da-da-da-da-da, ne? There are people who are forging these things now, ne? There are people who forge them. So what we do, before we communicate the successful candidate, we do a screening of that person. The successful people, we screen them, we verify if they are true South Africans. We check as well with the councillors if those people are from their respective wards, and we will do an award. So I am not foreseeing any case where we would have, I don't want to call them foreigners, you know that. Yeah, I don't want to say that, because there are people who are legitimately in the country, some of which are now South African citizens and all of that. So we are going to check the legitimacy of the identity document that the person has before we do the actual communications. So it will be like employing somebody in the city of Johannesburg. We do the same screening for the laborers, and then we will communicate and confirm with the councillors, because we normally confirm with the councillors. Thank you. I hope I've addressed. If fake invitations, we will not have fake invitations, because the communication we're going to have is going to be clear where we are going to be doing our advertisements. And I repeat and I request that other businesses that are not there, that might miss out on the WhatsApp communications that we normally do, they must please get in touch with us. But we will make sure that all the communication that we issue is also known to all the councillors in the region. Thank you.
Okay, am I audible? You can hear me. Okay, so the first question was about innovative ideas. The person that deals with innovative ideas within Sanral is Kobus van der Walt. I want to give you his email address so that you can send him your ideas, and then he will look at how viable those ideas are. So if you have any innovative idea that can assist Sanral in doing things better, smarter, and quicker, please send it to Kobus. His email address is W for water, A for apple, L for Lima, T for Tommy, J for July, C for cat, at nra.co.za. So it's valtjc@nra.co.za. The second question was about subcontracting opportunities. We did explain the process, and how do we then ensure that the subcontracting percentage are achieved. So on a monthly basis, the project manager will receive reports to say, in this month, this is the target that we have achieved. So remember, for any subcontracting, there's always a target. Be it for women, be it for youth, military veterans, women, or people with disability, there's a target. So the project manager, I'm not sure if I'm audible. Am I? It's working. Okay, so it's the project manager's duty to ensure that that target is achieved. If that target is not achieved, there are penalties that the contractor must pay, and the penalties are high. So contractors do ensure that they meet the targets because they don't want to pay penalties. That's how we ensure. Skills transfer. So in terms of our guidelines and policies, we do provide training. So the contractor, let me say the PMT. So the PMT consists of contractor, consultant, and project manager. That's the PMT. They, together within the PLC, will then establish what training needs to be provided for which services. So we do provide training. We've got budget for training. There is also a mentorship program. So if you are a company and all you want is a mentor to show you how things are done, we also have a mentorship program. There's another thing that I also want to emphasize here. Remember, for a long time, Sanral would say, this is a specialized work. I don't know if you've ever heard that term. They say it's specialized work, meaning it's above your grade or it's above your level, it's above what you can do, ability. So what I'm saying is we want to transform. And in us transforming, we need to ensure that skills are transferred from those that are specialists. So if those that are specialists are previously advantaged groups, they must transfer the skill to the previously disadvantaged group. So that the next time when I'm coming and I'm saying we need to build a bridge, nobody should say it's a specialized work. There should be a company in region E that can do the service. So skills must be transferred. And I'm saying we are willing to transform the sector 1 kilometer at a time. Meaning I'm taking small steps, but eventually we'll get there. There was also the question about what commitment is given to companies that have shown that they can do the work in the next project. No commitment is given. Because I'm saying, if you have tendered for this project and you have the skill, it's good for you because now you can use that skill somewhere else. But if you want an opportunity for the next project, you must tender again so that the opportunity is fair for everyone. So I'm not committing anything. I'm saying if you want to be part of the next project, tender like anyone else. The skills that you have acquired in this project will help you with the next project. It's good for you, it's a benefit for you. But I'm not committing anything because at the end of the day, I should be able to show that the process was fair and it was transparent. And if I'm committing to you, I'm not being fair. So I hope it's clear. There was also the question about local suppliers. The contractor is encouraged, so is the subcontractors, to procure locally. But local service providers or local suppliers should also ensure that they don't inflate prices. Because sometimes the reason why people don't come to locals is because locals inflate prices to a point where you are unable to even procure from them. But preference will be given to local suppliers. I hope it's clear as well. Sandra makes provision for variation of rates. Yes. There was the question about how is Sandral going to ensure that the main contractor rates are so that subcontractors can actually do the work. Because remember, the rates are already determined when the main contractor is tendering. So when he tenders, I know, and it's a fact, when main contractors tender, they tender to a point that those opportunities that he knows or she knows are going to be subcontracting, the rates are very low. And the opportunities where he or she will be taking over are higher. I know because many subcontractors have cried. I want to give you an example. Say a tipper truck in Gauteng goes for 400 rand. They will tender it for 200 rand. And you know you can't do anything for 200 rand. So that's them making it very low. But what Sandral has done is Sandral has made provision for the variation. Where the main contractor has tendered for the rates to be very low, they will then come in and assist you for the variation. Is it clear? Okay. Sustainability. So it says here, there was a question about how is Sandral going to ensure that subcontracting opportunities are sustainable. We make the work packages so that it's sustainable, so that when you get an opportunity, you are able to survive. But remember with that, there's also a dry run. There can be a time where Sandral has a lot of projects that can last you maybe for 5 years. But then for 2 years, whilst you're still trying to issue pro forma documents, there's a dry run. But we are now saying, You have now acquired the skills. You had an opportunity for you to get jobs. But now with the skills that you have acquired on Sandral's projects, you can go and tender on someone else's projects. So you take whatever knowledge you have acquired from working on Sandral's projects, you can go and tender on ESCOM's projects, on Transnet's projects, on water and sanitation. Because it can't be a dry run throughout the entire sector or the entire government agencies. Maybe Sandral, there's a phase where there's a dry run. Maybe you can go and try somewhere else. So, but we do ensure that the packages that we give you is sustainable to last you at least until you get a next opportunity. So it's not small packages. Our packages are big enough for you to be sustainable. There was also the question about, okay, what is the criteria being used for subcontracting? We said, for you, there are minimum requirements. You must be on CIBD, CSD, and SARS tax compliant. But over and above that, there's also the grading, which is addressed by CIBD. There is also the BEE level addressed by CIBD. There is also a targeted enterprise. So when the opportunities come out, the criteria or the requirements will be clear. You don't need to fidget around, you don't need to run around. They will be clear, and I'm just saying, if you meet those 3 requirements, you are already 1 foot in the door. Because most of our people get disqualified because of those 3 minimum requirements. Sometimes you find that you can do the job. Your company has proven that they can do the job. You've got the expertise, you've got the experience, but when you tender, you did not even update your tax certificate, or you're not even registered, or your registration has expired. It's little things that disqualifies you, and you know that you can do the job. So you come back and you are fighting with Sandral to say, I have proven that I can do the job. These are my experiences. But then Sandral will say, no, you got disqualified because your tax certificate was not complying. So I'm just saying, go and check your company profile. Check that all the paperwork is in order so that you at least meet the 3 requirements. Okay, and there was a question about military veterans, youth, and women. All 3 of them are covered under our transformation policy. Transformation policy makes provision for military veterans, for youth, for women. It says we must give them favorable. So we must show favor towards them. Meaning that in all our packages, there will always be percentages assigned for women, for youth, for military veterans, for people with disability. So that when we do the evaluation and any of those companies fall under those groups, we give them favorable points. To say just for being youth, I'm making an example. Just for being a youth or someone from the military veteran, you get 5 points. So at least it's giving you more points compared to a man. So I hope it answers the question. Someone was also asking, there was a question about what opportunities or what packages will be made available. You want to know upfront what are the opportunities. And currently as we stand, we don't know the opportunities because the opportunities will only be made available once we do the package breakdowns with the contractor. Currently for the RRM project, because we've appointed the contractor, they are busy with the packages. I have just asked him to say, can you please finalize the packages so that we can send it out through everyone that needs to be communicated with. So you will know that for the RRM project, these are the opportunities, these are the packages. So the information you will not be shocked, it will not come by surprise. You will be well prepared. And I'm saying, in the past, we used to do things wrong. We used to just come and work, and then we'll leave. You'll just see, oh, it was Sandral. Or you'll hear people saying, oh, Sandral was working. But people have been complaining, and I feel that we have done unjust to you. So I want to apologize on behalf of Sandral. And I'm saying, going forward, we are going to fix things and do things correctly. there will be information share because knowledge is power. So I want to be upfront with you and say, I'm going to share information. I'm going to give you information overload. Little lapa. Wait, little, no, Julex is enough. Root wheel. But I want you to have access to information so that you are well prepared. I don't want anyone to miss out on an opportunity. And I want to tell grade 1s and 2s. There's a lot of you. There's a whole lot of grade 1s and grade 2s. And we can't cater for everyone. Think about other ways of doing things. Think about merging companies. Think about joint ventures, and from our side, we are at least saying that for grade 1s, you will only get an opportunity for 1 year. If the project is for 3 years, we're going to give you for 1 year, so that the next year, rife babang chance. So we want to rotate you so that at least at the end of the day, instead of just assisting 10 companies, we should be able to say we did assist about 50 companies because we gave people as much as possible to get a piece of the slice, Babang bang puri choko pochi strawberry, house and a pie, get the crumbs. So I give you little crumbs. I want you to get a piece of your pie. So I'm saying if you got an opportunity this year, should tell us society if a babang chance so that next year le babang ba kgone ho chance. Ne? Yeah. Yeah, so I had 3 points, but it was already covered under the transformation policy where I said it was about military veterans was the last one, where I said that military veterans, because the last question was saying, how are military veterans going to benefit? I did cover it by saying transformation makes provision for military veterans. But all of this information that I'm stating, it will be very clear. Like when I'm saying, I want to give you an example. I want you to take this home because this is very important. For the RRM project, which is the routine road maintenance, depending on who's the main contractor, this is how they determine what is the subcontracting opportunity. If the main contractor is a black female, the black female company gets 60%, 40% goes to subcontracting. If the main contractor is a black male, the black male company will get 50%, and 50% goes to subcontracting. If the main contractor is a white male or female, they will get 40%, and 60% goes to subcontracting, the RRM. For the conventional projects, the percentage is determined, is in the pro forma document, but most of the time it's 30%. But do you see that RRM has more opportunities compared to the other projects? And bulk of the money is in the RRM, which is in the maintenance. But if the PLC members are just warming seats and not doing what they need to do, Central is going to work, and we're going to finish, and we're going to leave, and your community will not change. So I'm saying, for those who will be sitting in the PLC, please ensure that you do your work so that your community can be changed and people can be uplifted. I want to see companies growing from level 1, going to grade 2, going to grade 3, going to grade 4. You can't be on grade 1 for the rest of your life. So the industry must change. And I'm saying, Sandra is saying, we are changing the industry 1 kilometer at a time. So bear with us. It will be a long road, but we are together. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. You've covered all the questions. Now, here's a principle. Here's a principle that there might be other people who feel they want to have a second bite or do follow-ups. Now, you will take them as they leave the meeting. If there's a specific issue you want to raise it. I'm mindful of the fact that we've stretched you too much in terms of time. We've stretched you too much, and we will be breaking the rules of COVID-19. So we must comply, and I want to apologize for that. But I think the discussion was very fruitful. and it was very enriching, but let's keep interacting. I've already given my details to people as I was standing outside. And now we're going to the item before we close. I'm going to kitlo khupela ngizocela sicele usibonda wendawo citizen number 1 of the ward to give a vote of thanks. That is the activist of the Alexandra Township, Councillor Marema, to do Councillor Lee. Oh, Councillor Lee. Okay. We will request. My apologies, Councillor Marema. My humble apologies. I was following the program. Councillor Lee, we're requesting that you come do the vote of thanks because we are doing this engagement in your ward. So it is courteous and orderly that we do that and make sure that in your ward even if we did wrong stuff, we want to apologize, but you give a vote. Let's give him a bells. Let's give him a bells. Let's give Councillor Lee a bells.
Good afternoon. I thought we can share the vote of thanks between myself and Councillor Marema. I will do it in the Indian version, and Councillor Marema will do it in the other version. Okay. To Central, to the board members, thank you very much for this wonderful session. I must tell you it was very fruitful. Things look very positive. And at the end of the day, as one of our colleagues said early on in one of his speeches, that honesty is the best policy. And that's what we are here for. So to the rest of the playmakers here on the floor, thank you very much for your presence. And we appreciate for the wonderful and the excellent discussion that took place in the course of this morning session. Thank you very much, Central. Thank you very much, Ardi. And thank you for all your presence.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lee. Indeed, we appreciate. Bakhayiso, the request that is made is that the leadership, including ward councillors, will have to remain and take a group photo. You see, in government, Councillor, you work with evidence so that they can be seen that they were in this session, so that before you reward, they have been here. So we will request that the board members as well as the councillors, and I think Babu Twala is the activist. He can remain behind so that we take history, we rub shoulders with him as the activist of the place. Another reminder is that you are requested to do the event survey using the reflection from all of you. Having said that, I want to thank everybody, including the MMC for transport who was on the other side, and colleagues that I see here on my screen. Osis Hilda Mkwanazi, Sis Julia Lefakane, Chef Ngobo, Tebogo Mogashwa, Babunkuta, Osis Zole Gazite, and everybody else who I see here on the project. What do you want? Okay, thank you. And before I just adjourn the meeting, I've just been requested by the RD, and it is fitting that we speak about the active work that Ubabulinda Twala does in the community of Alex. I mean, he's running the Putadi Chaba, Alexandra Society Care and Welfare of the Aged, and he's presenting. There's Izizwe presents Gogos and Mkulu's Christmas party celebrating Babutwala's 53 years of community services to his fellow South Africans in style. There's going to be different activities in different dates. On the 9th of December 2020, at 17th Avenue, Alexandra Putadichaba Center. On the 10th, it's going to be at Alexandra. It's going to be a donation drive. On the 11th of December 2020, it's going to be at GNF Church, 19th London Road. On the 12th of December, it's going to be at number 11 2nd Avenue. This is going to be a children's party kwa Babutwala kwakhe. So the times for this are from 9 to 12 p.m. And it's adopt a granny and adoption and donating for food parcels. Everybody is invited to come and have fun. It will be happening kuzobe kumnandi. So we're all requested to go and support one of our veterans and one of our undying activists in the Alexandra Township, Obabutwala. This is even in the media. So let us give the support that is necessary. Having said that, Bagwetu, ngiyabonga kakhulu. Let's continue talking, and thank you very much to those who have joined virtually as well. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.